Live. Let me just check. What's the song? Logos. Always.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
And we are live. Welcome, a few people. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're going to go over, well, there's a few geometric things more related to reality today than anything else. The Euclid stuff we've been doing is obviously, it's very basic and the principles are always there. Within reality, the idea of geometry is meant for use in reality, so that's the whole purpose of it. I think I've got a Newton quote. It was like mechanics. Let me see if I can find that. I think it was in the straight line one. Pictures. Straight. I might have put it on the website as well. Anyway, so yeah, it's a Newton quote. I'll try and keep talking while I'm looking at this, but I'm not very good at doing that. The idea of Euclid in the geometry is to lead up to the reality geometry, and that is that for the use of it in reality. Oh, I don't even know where it is, you know. Oh, there it is. No. There. There you go. Isaac Newton says, the description of right lines and circles upon which geometry is founded belongs to mechanics. Geometry does not teach us to draw these lines, but requires them to be drawn. That's mechanics, and that's Newton. Where anybody puts the words of what other people say in high regard, then I think that dude's a pretty big guy, and for him to say that sort of shows you what the foundings of geometry are. Right, the description of right lines and circles, right lines being straight lines. Straight lines and circles upon which geometry is founded belongs to mechanics. Geometry does not teach us to draw these lines, but requires them to be drawn. Meaning, the lines are there, as in reality is there. The geometry is just a description of that. Like we have words to describe things. The thing has to be there first. I think Mr. X used to say that. In order to describe something, the object has to be there first to be described. You can't describe something into existence and then change that object by changing the description of what it is. It doesn't change the actual thing. And that's where we're stuck at the minute within the identity of everything. Particularly at the minute, the identity of vertical and horizontal. I don't know whether most people have ever thought about this. Give it any more than a contemplation. Vertical. What direction is it? What's horizontal in relation to it? What does it mean? I mean, somebody said that they're perpendicular. Well, that's geometry. Newton says it doesn't require to be drawn. Well, mechanics requires the lines to be drawn. So horizontal and vertical would be straight lines, and they would be perpendicular to each other. I mean, it's a basic understanding. What up, Jess? Level. Peacock. Mike. Raven. I see me checking the chat out like a proper YouTuber. Yeah, these vertical and horizontal, there's gonna be some really strange games being played over the next few weeks. I think we've already got some strange people in and strange trolls kicking about. The idea of the vertical and horizontal being plane surfaces are what we're going to be dealing with tonight, because in reality these are the two reference frames we use: vertical, horizontal. Now, we're just normal people, but we have a basic understanding of geometry and a basic understanding of Euclidean geometry and a basic understanding of the Cartesian coordinate system with X, Y, Z, and the understanding that those are planes and what a plane surface is because we understand Euclidean geometry. But we also have a sense of what horizontal is, what vertical is, because it's all there. It's experienceable by everyone all the time, constantly. Horizontal, vertical. You measure a height of something, you measure the vertical height. You make sure it's vertical and not sloped off at 45 degrees because you know what vertical is and you knew where 45 degrees was measured from. It was either measured from the vertical or from the horizontal. That's how you know it was 45 degrees. It's a common language that everybody's talking about. When somebody says that's at 45 degrees, you don't need to say 45 degrees to what, because it'll either be horizontal or vertical. And the relationship between the two of those has got a right angle. These are very, very simple concepts. But the simple concepts of horizontal and vertical and perpendicular are the very concepts that just literally don't work on a globe model. Vertical, okay, give them that. They can have an extension of a radius. You can't associate it with horizontal though, because horizontal is obviously the same. You couldn't have a horizontal on the side of a ball being vertical. It depends if you live in reality or not. If you live in reality, you definitely cannot have a horizontal being parallel to vertical, I would say. But the reality I live in is obviously Euclidean. And that may be a problem for people. I also use Aristotelian logic. The good old stuff, right? There's no need to get fancy with all of this new stuff. Paraconsistent logics and non-Aristotelian logics. Non-Euclidean geometries, you know, these made-up ones that can never actually be realised. The fantasy stuff. One you can never replicate in reality. Because if you ever do replicate it in reality, it's in 3D Euclidean space, therefore it's Euclidean. So, the main thing that somebody's been saying just recently, well, shout out to Betty taking the t-shirt logic over to the Adult Globe Earthers Discord server. We got that. We get that new meme in the chat, because we're going to be going over. We did it last night because it was hump night. But again, I'm going to have to bring it out again today because the vertical plane, best established and shown by Jesse Kozlowski's defender at the minute, because Jesse's disappeared. But luckily we've got Blue, who we tried and obviously tried to talk to soundly about the bridge, and because that's what we're dealing with, reality. And we like to talk to people who do these sort of things. So obviously Rakia, he said he'd been there and seen Soundly's picture. So we obviously want to have a talk to Soundly about the about Rakir's bridge now. So picture number 1 up here tonight for everyone's perusal is this. Now, as we were doing the other day, I might get the cards out in a bit again, on the whiteboard, you have to imagine that this picture is on a whiteboard or something. It's on a wall. It's obviously on your TV or maybe on your phone, but it's on a plane. The actual picture. And as Blue Marble Science has labelled wrongly, he has called it a plane. Now, that plane in his model and on the screen is a vertical plane. Everybody knows what you mean when you hear a vertical plane. Now, that vertical plane, obviously, being an orientation of vertical, has perpendicular to it a horizontal plane. But that very fact, geometrically, is the model killer. Because ask anyone who has a model if they can have a horizontal plane spanning the entirety of a vertical plane, and they'll tell you no, because Rumpus has told them they're not allowed it. They can only have a horizontal at a point. And this is a plane, and a plane extends indefinitely far. Hence the book Euclid, the King of Infinite Space. All of the planes and everything extend infinitely far. Just in Euclidean geometry. With straight lines that are perpendicular to each other. Pretty much like your understanding, my understanding, vertical and horizontal. So when we establish a horizontal plane, in reality, we can have all of the perpendiculars to that plane being parallel to each other. Should we get the Euclid out? Get some. I'll try and get some clips of the Euclid out for us. What do we need in order to do the planes? And okay, so Euclid. Start off with definition 10. Perpendicular. Everyone should know that. This is definition 10 in book 1. Basic, simple. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called perpendicular to it. So that's the understanding of a perpendicular. Two straight lines being right angles either side of the line. If you extend that line through, you could mirror it and put two right angles at the bottom as well, and then you would have 4 right angles all being equal, making the quadrants. That would then make 360 degrees, because that's a circle, but only because it's 4 quadrants of right angles. The right angle's more intrinsic to the numbers or to the geometry than the numbers. The numbers came later. within the changing for the angles, but within the pure geometry, we just bother with the right angles. So these lines need to be straight. You can't curve one of those lines and put all 4 right angles together to form that shape. There's only one way you can do that, and that's with those being straight lines. So that's perpendicular. The meaning of perpendicular, at least within Euclidean geometry. I've never seen any other definition for perpendicular anywhere. We'll see if we've got some more definitions of because I think we had some definitions of perpendicular. There you go. There's one from God's. These are old dictionaries. We were quite good at getting this. A few people. If you're ever out there and having a look at and see dictionaries, just check the old dictionaries, because some of the words are quite good to see when the words appeared and what they meant and all of that. Well, this is perpend is to weigh in the mind, to and perpendicle is something hanging down in a direct line, a plumb line. And perpendicular is a plumb line to hang. Perpendicular, that's what it means. It means to hang a plumb line, straight line. It says hanging or extending in a right line from any point towards the center of the earth or of gravity, or at right angles with the plane of the horizon. So whether that's an either or whether you can do both, not too sure. And then in geometry, falling directly on another line at right angles. The line A is perpendicular to the line B. Straight lines again, right? So the plane of the horizon in that must be a straight line again. Then it says perpendicular, a line falling at right angles on the plane of the horizon. That is, extending from some point in a right line towards the center of the earth or center of gravity, or any body standing in that direction. It does it twice. It says that twice. Or any body standing in that direction. In geometry, a line falling at right angles on another line, making equal angles with it on each side. Perpendicularity, that's got to be a good word, that. The state of being perpendicular. Perpendicular, yeah, that's really weird dictionary, this one. Noun and adjective. In a manner to fall on another line at right angles. Straight lines. See if I can find some others. This was one of the oldest ones that we found. Oldest dictionaries. Yeah, perpendicle. Anything hanging down by a straight line. And then perpendicular is just a line crossing the horizon at right angles. Perpendicular, crossing any other line at right angles. And the state of being perpendicular. In the direction of a straight line, up and down. Straight line, always perpendicular. and its relationship to the other straight line. So that's perpendicular. We've got, where was I? Got perpendicular, and we've done the plane. Oh, geometry. That was it. Euclid. Now, the definitions within book 11. This is the solid geometry. And this states of the solid and the 3D, and that which bounds the solid is the superficies. So you add the third dimension in, and then we go into the definitions. A straight line is perpendicular. This is the third definition within book 3. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane.
Book 11, you mean?
Book 11, sorry. Did I?
Yeah, you said book 3.
Ah, sorry. Yeah. Book 11. It's at the top of the page there. So, straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. That's just a basic geometric fact. So any plane, right, then it says a plane is perpendicular to a plane. A plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. It's a bit of a mouthful, that, isn't it? How do you express just a random plane somewhere and then being perpendicular to it? A plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. How? Anyone?
Let's take the vertical plane to start with. When you're looking at it straight on, you do a horizontal plane intersecting that plane, right?
Yeah.
That common section, as in the definition, would be represented as a straight line. And so that 90-degree or right angle relationship between the two would be on that common section where they intersect. Just like an intersection between two straight lines is at a point, then the intersection between two planes will be a line.
The best way I could explain this would be a woodworker working with two sheets of wood. And in order to make sure that they are perpendicular to each other, you have to put a square on the piece of wood, right? And you make sure that the straight line of one part of the square edge, you know what I mean? I'm talking about a right angle piece, a square. One line is perpendicular to the other plane. So though both of those planes have to be butted up against the square in order to make sure that those two planes are square, perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, and you would go around each side of that wood to do it on all four sides, so you would make sure it's in every direction.
So what it says a plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. So both of those two straight lines that you're drawing on either plane have to be perpendicular to each other. It's the straight lines that are drawn on the planes that are being perpendicular that then make the planes line up perpendicular.
Yes.
Like as you would in reality, right? I mean, this is a description of the way things are done in reality. This is very much the reality geometry. And it's not because it's wrote down in this book. This is the language to be able to explain how the geometric reality works.
How did you determine that?
How did I determine that a square is the way to make sure that the two planes are perpendicular to each other?
No.
Go on then, what are you talking about?
How did you determine Euclidean geometry is reality?
Because that's what I just did. I used reality to explain exactly what it was talking about with these two planes.
That's circular. How did you determine that Euclidean geometry is reality?
And you can't say I used reality.
Just a minute, I wasn't done. I asked, how did you determine that Euclidean geometry is reality? And your response was, well, I simply said that it's real.
I said I use it in reality.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that reality is Euclidean.
It's practical. Yeah, it's practical and it's provable in reality.
That's not proof.
What's not proof? That it is provable in reality. Like where else is Euclidean geometry provable? Other than in reality.
Proof. That's not proof.
What? Proof isn't proof.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
Can I ask?
I'm getting confused.
I said.
Hang on. Yeah, we heard what you said.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't understand it.
Right. That's why we're going to try and clarify. So hang on 1 second. When he said he takes two pieces of plywood to make sure they're perpendicular to each other, he would take a square. Is that reality?
Yeah, squares and plywood are real, yes.
Okay, so that proves that those two pieces of plywood are perpendicular to each other, right?
No, it doesn't prove it.
Well, you just took a square and proved the theory, right? In reality.
No, that's not proof. That's not what the word proof means.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
I think I'm done. Yeah, I think we can move on now.
Yeah, so
Okay.
using
we're just talking about the
so
definitions, Brenda, at the minute, right? These are the definitions in Book 11 of Euclidean geometry.
I don't have a problem.
Okay, so you're not asking Euclid to prove any of this stuff then, the definitions? Because that's all we were doing. We was just explaining
I think Euclid is consistent.
Okay.
I think Euclid is
That's
consistent.
what we're going
Okay, that's good.
I think Euclid is consistent and
Good.
logical. Where I have a problem is you simply proclaiming that reality is Euclidean, and you can't just
using Euclidean
just
in
a minute,
reality.
just a
that is
minute, not
reality.
done.
We don't
Not
care
done.
about Brenda's opinion or your worldview.
Not done.
We're
It's not
talking
a
about this is
worldview.
Euclidean, Mike.
Yeah.
No,
This is not
This
Brenda,
is
Mike.
Euclid, Brenda.
It's
Yep.
you can't justify your claim that reality is Euclidean.
I was just explaining this definition in reality so everybody could understand. Now, do you have another definition that you would like to try that isn't Euclidean, right? That you would do in reality that doesn't... How would you, Brenda, make this definition? How would you describe it to people for in reality? To give it a little extra bit. Yeah. In order to aid people within this definition. Can you see it? I've got it big screen on the video.
So again,
the inclination.
Euclid,
it's
Euclid
a plane.
is,
A plane is perpendicular to a plane. Right, you know what planes are, obviously.
That's
'cause we
right.
did that earlier, right?
I accept
when the
all
straight
that, Bob.
lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common sections of the two planes are perpendicular to the other line. So when it says, when the straight lines drawn? Where do you draw things, Brenda?
So I accept
in your
that
mind, or would that be in reality?
I
Book
accept,
11. Book 11.
Bev, I accept that Euclidean geometry is coherent, logically consistent, abstract geometrical system. But because math doesn't determine what reality is, and that's what you're trying to do, you're saying that
It's not determining,
because
Math,
Euclid,
Brenda,
therefore
Brenda,
it's real.
don't. No.
We're done
Listen,
with you twisting this up.
what I said right at the very beginning is geometry is a way to describe reality. And now,
Yeah,
are you okay with that?
Yes, mathematics
Brilliant.
is a description,
Then we can
Brilliant.
move on.
Then we're fine.
Then we can move
Okay.
on. Yeah,
but
we're
it
good.
doesn't determine.
No, we don't need to hear it.
No,
Mhm.
no.
Just
that's-
answer the question.
Stop.
What
stop
we're here,
interrupting.
We're going
Stop
to go on to the
interrupting me.
next. We're going
No,
to
I'm
go
not
on to the
interrupting.
next
Yes,
one
Yes,
now,
you are.
Brenda.
You are interrupting. You're talking
You're-
over me.
You're interrupting.
This
It's
is your
Dad's
interrupting.
night.
This is Euclid
I'm
night,
not
Brenda.
interrupting.
Yeah,
Yes, you are. Right now.
I'm not.
We're
This
moving
is-
on, Brenda.
Yeah,
Do you
this
hear?
is Euclid night,
No.
Brenda. So we're going on to the
Euclid
next
night.
one.
Yes, but
Not
Yes, but-
model night.
mathematics doesn't
We heard-
determine
We heard you,
reality.
Brenda.
We're just
And
doing
that's
pure
what-
geometry
That's
here.
what Bev was
Okay.
trying to claim.
I'm
Just
muting her.
mathematics tonight, Brenda. Right,
Right.
now,
So then, don't make claims about reality. Just make claims about
just
math.
talking about
said
how
what we
you
can
do
do
it in
in
reality.
Is mathematics reality?
Where do you
That's not what
draw
we're talking about.
lines, Brenda? Where?
Is math?
Where?
Is math
Brenda.
reality?
Brenda, where do you draw lines on planes?
Is maths?
Brenda,
lines?
please do not say that again. Where do you draw lines?
Lines don't exist. They are abstract,
This-
theoretical.
Well, why does it
ideas.
say in the definitions of solid geometry, the like 3D reality geometry that we use in reality, everyone uses this Euclidean geometry in reality. Why in that does it say when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes are perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane? Those lines drawn, where do you draw lines in?
In your imagination.
Thank you very much. Imaginometry,
Yes.
we do
No.
that on other nights. We
All
made
of
that up on another
mathematics-
night, Brenda.
All
This
of mathematics is
Euclid.
is imagination, Bev.
This is the
All of-
only geometry that you can perform in reality. Euclidean
Wrong.
geometry, Brenda.
all of mathematics is imaginary, Bev. All of it.
This is very real, Brenda, and that's your
No,
problem.
it is not.
Yes.
It is not concrete. It is abstract.
It is. It's absolutely
You're
perfect.
confusing concrete with abstract.
Have you ever heard of Pythagoras' theorem, for starters?
Of course.
Do you think that's used in reality to determine the
Yes.
right angle? Right, okay.
Because it
so it works in
describes
reality,
reality.
then? Yeah.
No, yes, it
Thank you very
works.
much.
It describes reality. Yes,
Okay,
but it's
brilliant.
still abstract. It's not concrete.
It works in reality, and it's provable
Yes.
in reality.
No, it's not provable.
Yeah,
it
it
simply
is.
works.
Pythagoras' theorem is definitely provable in reality.
No, it's only provable.
It has the most proofs.
Pythagorean theorem can only be proved within mathematics, which is abstract, not concrete.
It can be proved in reality. Right?
No,
so
it
I
can't
think
be.
we're about to go off. I mean, we all know your problems, Brenda. We
I don't have
don't
a
need to
problem.
go over your problems.
You
we
don't
need
understand
to do any
the difference
psycho-
between mathematics and reality. You think math is real.
I think geometry, right, is usable in reality.
Of course it is.
Mm-hmm.
So is addition. But they're both abstract and mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
They are not real. They're not concrete. They're abstract.
My square I've got down there is definitely real.
Squares don't exist in reality. They are ideas.
Well, what's that?
They're concepts.
It's the thing we use.
A square, a line, and a point. Those are all concepts used to describe reality. They are not reality themselves.
Yeah, but you struggling, see, Brenda, because you don't seem to realise that Euclid and Euclidean geometry just describes reality. Then within that framework, we can have tools called squares. There's a tool called a level, believe it or not. There's another tool called a plumb bob. They're amazing things.
I agree.
Have you heard of them?
I know what
Have you?
plumb bob is. So
Have you heard of a square?
Dispute
Have you ever heard of a square, Brenda?
You're conflating.
Brenda,
abstract
have you
with
heard of a
reality, Bob.
square?
Of course I have, you
Okay.
fool.
Now, have you heard of a level?
Yes.
Okay. Now, they're the three basic things we're going to be talking about tonight, because this is reality geometry. Right.
Geometry isn't real. Geometry is abstract. It's not concrete.
But
You're confusing the two.
Is the vertical established by a plumb bob, is that straight?
Yes, sure.
Brilliant. So that's like a link to Euclidean geometry right there.
No, it's not.
Yeah, straight line is. Yeah.
No,
That's what it's
not
based
true.
on. Euclidean
can't
geometry is
conclude-
based on that straight line.
No, you can't conclude that.
Can't conclude what? That a straight line, a vertical is a straight line? Or
You
a plumb
can't
bob
conclu-
isn't a tool for establishing a straight line?
You
Or
can't-
that a straight line isn't straight within geometry? What
You
can't
can't-
we conclude?
You can't conclude.
Can we
from the
deduce
fact-
anything?
You have to allow. When you ask me a question, don't interrupt me, please. Right? So you asked me. So you cannot conclude from a plumb bob establishes a vertical that therefore reality is Euclidean. You can't conclude that.
Okay, brilliant. I would say that a plumb bob establishing a straight line would give us an idea of what a straight line is. Now, Euclid definitely described a straight line as the shortest distance between 2 points. Well, he didn't.
Wow.
I did that.
Yeah, but
I did
that's
that. That was me.
Playfair's. That's Playfair's axiomatization of Euclid.
No, it's
isn't
not.
it?
No.
Playfair.
No, it's a
Do you
definition.
know who Playfair is? This is Euclidean night. We're talking about Playfair's postulates, right?
No, we were just talking about a straight line.
Do you know
Unless
who,
you think
do you know who Playfair is?
Do you think Playfair started to mess about with the straight line?
Do you know who Playfair is?
Dave? Dave?
I thought you were talking to somebody else.
Yeah, Dave.
Right.
Dave.
I don't know
Playfair.
who that is.
No?
What about it?
Dave. You said, do you know him?
What
He's
about
like,
it?
Dave.
No, that's not what I asked. Do you know about his axioms?
I
postulates.
only know about his singing. Go on, tell us about his axioms. Go on.
So he just reworded them to that they fit a little bit better with modern ears.
Did he do anything to do with a straight line? Because that's where we were at, really, just talking about the vertical.
Yeah, he sort of defined it as the shortest distance between 2 points.
Wow, I did that as well.
Yeah.
Similar.
Does
Does
that
great minds. Right? So that's a
right.
straight line. Then perpendicular to that is another straight line, isn't it?
Are
Because that's
there
what
other-
perpendicular means.
are there non-Euclidean systems that also have
Don't know. If you got
straight
any, like I
lines-
said, I think I said that at the
straight
beginning.
straight lines as the shortest distance between 2 points? Do other systems have that too?
I don't know. You best have a word with
They
Bobby.
do.
He has one that's got shorter
They do.
distance than a straight line.
Right? They do. Therefore, it cannot uniquely pick out Euclidean versus other geometries.
Okay, so can you,
Right.
in reality, test the shortest
Is it-
distance between 2 points?
Yes, but that wouldn't pick
Would
out.
you know whether that's a straight line or not? Or do you not know
Straight
whether that
lines-
would be a straight line or not?
Straight lines exist in other geometries.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you can't conclude it's Euclidean because it could be a different geometry.
What other geometry are you talking about?
A non-Euclidean one.
Go on then, give us another non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, a non-Euclidean geometry, hyperbolic geometry.
With straight lines?
Yes, they have straight lines.
Perpendiculars
Yes, they have perpendiculars.
to the straight lines?
Yes.
Okay, and in the traditional sense of a straight line.
Not in the Euclidean sense, in the non-Euclidean sense.
Okay, what's the non-Euclidean sense of a straight line then?
It's at right angles, but it has different properties.
What's at right angles? The straight line's at right angles. Now, what's the definition of a non-Euclidean straight line?
Well, in non-Euclidean...
What did Dave say when he wrote his axioms? What did Dave say?
In hyperbolic geometry, some parallel lines don't have a common perpendicular
Straight
between
lines.
them.
Did you not hear, Brenda? Straight lines. What is the definition of a straight line in a non-Euclidean geometry, please?
The shortest distance between 2 points.
That's a straight line.
Yeah, that's you just said it just a second ago. You agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. You agree.
So you think that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line?
Yes, I agree.
And that's the same straight line as hyperbolic and like non-Euclidean
It's the same. It's the same axiom.
It's not an axiom.
Yes, it is.
What, a straight line?
No, the definition we just said.
No, the definition is the definition. Do you not know what axioms and definitions
It's a postulate.
are?
It's a postulate.
Oh,
the shortest
Jesus.
distance.
Is it all three?
An axiom.
The straight line, Brenda. Is it a definition? Is it an axiom? Or is it a postulate? Like, what is it? Please tell us.
Postulate is synonymous with axiom. They're the same words.
Okay, so is it a definition then, or is it a postulate / axiom in your imagination?
It seems to me that definitions are equivalent to postulates.
Wow, and axioms.
Are they?
The same thing.
Yeah. Once again, Brenda, you do not fail to help us out with the Brenderisms again. Fantastic. How much have you looked into have you got the definitions of all of the non-Euclidean stuff there in front of you? I'd suggest you get some. Because you're just making it up and it's pretty obvious.
Now, you think that postulates and axioms are just synonyms. Those words are synonyms.
You just said so, didn't you? That's
Yeah.
the same thing, and the definition
they are.
as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is your concept of definition, Bob?
What is my concept of definition?
What is your understanding?
Oh, my understanding of definition. Yeah, you want my understanding of what a definition is. A definition describes something. Is that good enough?
How is it different from a postulate?
Well, the postulates are sort of like the rules of what you govern the thing to me. Anyway, the postulates are governed by what actions you can make. To me, that's what the postulates are. Different from the axioms. The axioms are the rules that you have to live by, obviously. Self-evident truths.
Yeah, axioms and postulates are self-evident truths. How are they different from definitions?
Well, because the definitions define and describe what it is that you're talking about. Whereas the other ones are like rules that govern what you do.
Right, so definition might be define line segment AB as intersecting with line segment CD, right?
No, that would be like that would be a proposition. We're talking about the definitions of like straight lines and circles and square, like boring stuff, an angle, perpendicular, really just the real basic definitions. That's all we were talking about. We were only into definition 4 of book 11 before you got triggered. That you thought, you're talking about reality and the geometry and that's where you have to do it. You can only perform this geometry. You can only practice it on paper. In reality, well, you can do it on the floor. You can sketch it you can do it in CAD, but you have to do it in reality. right? It has to be practiced. It has to be performed. It's a skill. It's an art. You put your mind to work to perform proofs in reality all the time. Every one of the propositions all the way through Euclid. Proof on proof on proof on proof. But you wouldn't know.
So you think
wouldn't know because
definitions?
you've never done it. Obviously.
You think definitions are proofs? Definitions are proofs?
No.
Right. So what is a
you
proof?
Really? Is that what you got out of it? You're not really getting much out of this at all, are you?
So what is a proof?
The propositions? Have you heard of them?
Yeah, so what is a proof?
The propositions. Have you heard of the
I
propositions?
know what a proposition is. So
Okay, right.
I know what a proposition is. What is a proof?
A proof is the end result that is true.
Of what?
Always true.
Of what?
Have you ever looked at Euclid at all?
What is a proof? What is a proof?
Right, okay. What we're going to do is, right, because Brenda's so...
You're not answering my
this
question.
is good. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, right, because Book 11 helps us out right now. The definitions that triggered the shit out of you of us putting a square on two pieces of wood, right? As though anybody would be ever so brave to do anything like that and trigger Brenda about reality and geometry having links in reality. Right now, Proposition 1, Book 11, after the definitions that triggered the shit out of you too much that we had to. So it says Proposition
You keep lying about
1.
me, Bev.
You are triggered to fuck.
No, that's not what triggered me, Bev. You're misrepresenting me.
Okay, well, what was it that triggered you? Go on.
What was it? We just went over this. Have you already forgotten?
Yeah, it was us talking about reality. Yeah.
It's you confusing abstract. It's you confusing abstract and concrete.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you got triggered by reality. Us talking
No, I got
reality.
triggered by you conflating concrete and abstract.
Okay, now this says Proposition 1, theorem. Ooh, do you know what that means?
Yeah.
Let's say one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. And then it says, right, if it be possible, let AB, part of the straight line, ABC, be in a plane and the part BC without it. Then, since the straight line AB is in the plane, it can be produced in that plane. Let it be produced to D, and let any plane pass through that straight line AD be turned about it until it pass through point C. Then, because the points B and C are in this plane, the straight line BC is in it. Therefore, there are two straight lines, ABC, ABD, in the same plane that have a common segment, AB. But this is impossible. Impossible. Wherefore, one part of a straight line and C, and then it says here, QED. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, that's a conclusion.
Mm-hmm. So that's the proof.
So a proof
one straight line cannot have part of it within a plane and part of it without. It's just a very easy, simple proof. Now, you can do that proof in reality. In fact, this book is a book of all of these practical things that you can actually do to perform these proofs. So you know, right, that when you're talking about a straight line and a plane, that there can't be part of a straight line within a plane and then part of it without it, because all of the straight lines within the plane will be contained within the plane. No parts without it.
Yeah, so a proof is a logical argument, right? Because that's what...
or put all the way to the finish as well, right? It starts off with a logical argument, and then it gives a demonstration, and then you can say at the end, look, see, either this is impossible, like a bit like a paradox. Hey, there's a paradox here, so it can't possibly be true. You know, that sort of a thing. And then you go, look, you know what that's like, don't you?
You seem confused about what a paradox is. I think you mean contradiction,
We
not
are not
paradox.
talking in this direction right now, Brenda.
A paradox is not the same as a contradiction.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
stick with Euclid if you would, man.
Yeah, paradoxes. Bev seems confused about what
I
a
said,
we heard
did
you.
I say
We heard you.
sort of like? Did you hear sort of like a paradox?
a contradiction
Impossibility.
isn't anything like a paradox. Isn't anything like a contradiction.
What, like a contradiction of a straight
not a
line being
contradiction.
within
You're
a
just-
plane and then without it? Is that not a
So
contradiction?
you're confused about the distinction between abstract and concrete and paradox and.
So are you okay? Right? Have we finished with the claim about the proof? Do we now know what a proof is? Are you okay with
Proof
that?
is a logically sound argument.
Uh-huh.
The demonstration is not the proof. The argument is.
Just
Ooh,
the
like
argument.
Euclid logic.
Just the argument. Okay, I like
That's
that.
correct.
Just,
That's correct.
Just
Just
the
the
argument
argument.
is the proof.
That's correct.
Wow. So, if all you need for proof of a globe is a logically consistent argument, how come you haven't fucking got it?
No, you're confused about. You're confused. We don't science. You're talking science. You've moved from science, from mathematics to science.
Well, it's
No, you
geometric,
just did
isn't it?
that.
Right. You
It's
can't
geometric, though. I
prove-
mean, it's definitely geometric. I can remember somebody might have made a video just recently, definitely putting geometric. Now, geometry isn't scienceable. Can we just get a clear on that, right?
Yes, mathematics is not science. So a math.
Right, so
a
don't
proof-
need to. There's no need for you to bring science into this at all because we are on Euclid night.
Right,
And
so-
since,
right,
as you
agreed.
quite
I'm
rightly
agreeing with
say,
you, Bev.
there's
I'm
no
agreeing with you.
sciencing geometry. There's no
Yeah, so-
need for you to do that. Okay?
Yeah, so you
Brilliant.
shouldn't have brought that up. You shouldn't have brought that up then.
You did,
Reality.
Brenda.
No, Bev introduced asking
Proof.
me if you can prove the Earth,
It's a proof.
which is an incoherent statement to begin with.
But-
No, you
because
said you
Bev,
just
I'm-
need a logical argument. That's all you said
Bev
you
was the
need.
one who said-
you
Bev was the
obviously
one-
got no logical arguments. We know that. Yeah.
That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. So Bev was the one who asked me if I can prove Earth,
Right. Oh,
which
we
is
got you, Brendan.
incoherent. Which is incoherent.
That's
Can I
actually
get a word in,
what he
Brenda?
asked.
Right, because you can't prove things in empirical reality with abstract a priori arguments.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you 100%. Can I ask Bev a question? Bev, how far do we want to go with this point kind of stuck in the mud here?
Well, we're going in reality, and we're still keeping in reality and putting the points of
No, you're
Euclid and
talking
how
math, not
Euclid is
reality.
related to
Brenda.
reality.
Math isn't reality, Bev.
Brenda, did you hear Bev talking just then?
Well, he talks over me, so I figure it must be okay.
No, okay, all right. So that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
We're going to mute you if that's. I mean, we've been. Cool with
I'm
you,
going to
but-
be muting Brenda very soon because Brenda's got no practical ability of anything. Have you ever done any practical work in reality involving? Wait a minute before you say involving vertical, horizontal, or squares, Brenda?
Yeah, I've made things in
Nice.
in like using lumber and wood,
Okay,
constructed
so
things. Sure.
when you did that,
Alright.
right? Did you measure anything?
Absolutely,
Okay. Did you cut anything?
absolutely,
Did you use a square?
yeah,
Did you use a pencil and draw a line?
you bet.
Okay. Now, all of those things that you used, don't get upset. That's Euclidean geometry.
No,
Yes.
it isn't.
Yes.
Euclidean geometry is mathematics and math is abstract.
Straight lines.
That's the point I think we need to move on.
Yeah, yeah.
If she's going to
What I
deny
did-
that.
Yeah, I mean you
Brenda,
obviously
to be
you know
fair,
no
we
use.
could argue this all night, Brenda.
Yeah.
So maybe go on mute and let Bev carry on, because
So-
that's the point where it becomes circular, Brenda.
Yeah.
There's
It's
no
not
problem with
circular.
you. There's no problem. I know, but you're going to argue every point, and that's not what we're here to do tonight.
So
Well, we're
I'll
here-
make.
we're here.
I want
Go
to
on
make
then.
one
Go
final. I want to
Yeah.
make one
Go on
final
then. Go
point.
ahead.
I want to
Go
make
ahead.
a final point. Is when I used those tools to construct, say, a table, a side table, I was applying Euclidean mathematics to the real world. It doesn't follow that, therefore, the real world is Euclidean. That doesn't logically follow.
Okay, thank
To
you very
you.
much. Yeah,
Yeah, thanks, Brenda. Appreciate it.
Well, we just going on with this is we are on Euclid night, and this is sort of the way we're going to go, because vertical and horizontal planes, I mean, they trigger the shit out of globers. We know, but this is just Euclid, and this is something that we all use in reality. I mean, it may upset Brenda to find out that surveyors use
It's okay
Euclidean.
for her to think that way, right? Like, it's okay if she wants to have that opinion, but to come here and argue it over and over again is
Yeah.
pointless, right? It's just,
But,
Yeah.
but Rakia, you
Yeah, no,
agree with
Brenda,
me,
we've-
Rakia.
No,
yeah, it's
like that's
I don't
enough,
agree.
Brenda. Like we've done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
like
Brenda.
you talking
Yeah, but
shit.
Rakia agreed.
No,
Gave
can-
you-
can
we
somebody
gave
mute
you
it, please?
your final- yeah, we gave you your final word.
Yeah,
and now
that's
you're
fine.
going
You
up-
continue to talk
Okay,
about me.
I'll
yeah.
see you later.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
Thank you very much.
I've server muted her.
Right.
It-
Okay.
Whatever.
So the inclination, right? The point is that these planes perpendicular to a plane, that is definition 4 of Euclid when we go into solid geometry. It's pretty clear to understand that that is there because in reality, there are two planes that we reference everything to. And there's no surprise that Euclid hasn't mentioned anything about numbers and 360 degrees or 90 degrees. He just calls it the right angle. And in reality, when you understand that the horizontal plane and the vertical plane establish a right angle between the two of them, it's because there's no other angle for it to be. It's only two right angles. And then, obviously, another two right angles underneath. That perpendicular relationship of the right angle is what gives us the understanding that we can do any sort of geometry, predicting anything with lengths and distances and sides, because you need the triangle with that basis of the right angle. In reality. And that horizontal plane that's established by the horizontal, the reference frame that everybody knows, t-shirt logic here, all of the horizontals, always, at all times, wherever you are parallel to each other. Which means that all of the perpendiculars through all of those planes that are parallel to each other, intersecting all of those planes perpendicularly, means that the horizontal planes are all parallel. All of the perpendiculars to all of the planes are also parallel. In reality, there's no other way of measuring anything else. There's no other way of doing anything else. That's just the way it is in reality. Nobody should argue with you when you say that, because that's the way it is in reality. Everyone will tell you, apart from a few people. And most of the people that are listening here know who these few people are that will not go along with this. Basic, simple fact, vertical, horizontal, perpendicular to each other. the moment you extend the horizontal to any sort of distance, you can then share a straight line segment and extend that out indefinitely. Straight line also works for planes. A horizontal plane has no tilt in any direction. If it has, it's not horizontal. Simple as that. Law of identity applies all times. Horizontal is horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to horizontal. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. All perpendiculars. There you go. See, Betty's saying it as well. All perpendiculars to the same plane are parallel to each other. Thank you very much, Betty. That's number 3, Betty. So that works if it's a horizontal plane, doesn't it, Betty? All you've got to do is put that plane in the horizontal position, and then all of the perpendiculars to that plane in the horizontal position will be parallel. What's up with that? That makes sense, doesn't it? Do you get it? DP, like you can walk around with a plane with all of the perpendiculars on that plane being parallel. And you can orientate it in any direction. Apart from the fact that if you put that plane in the horizontal position, then that means all of those perpendiculars to the horizontal plane would be vertical and parallel. In reality, that's fine. I can't see anybody got any problem about that. Anyone else got a problem with all of the perpendiculars to a plane being parallel? Step 1. Ask the crowd. And ask the chat. Anybody in the YouTube chat got any problems with all of the perpendiculars to a plane being parallel? No? You could support it and say, yeah, that's all right, Bev. Yeah, I'm happy with
Yeah,
that.
it is. It has to be. It's like it's proven in Euclid. You can go and find
it's definition
the proof
3, isn't it? A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. They're parallel, perpendicular. Right, so everybody's fine with that. Now, anybody got a problem with us putting that plane in the horizontal position? No? Oh, just the chat. Blue.
Yeah, I actually think Blue's comment is worth mentioning right now.
Too bad there are an infinite number of horizontal planes. It's a shame. You were so close to. Well, we were saying every time it's always going to be perpendicular to vertical. All of the planes, Blue. All of them.
See, nobody is arguing that there isn't an infinite number of horizontal planes. So what's the point?
They're all parallel. Yeah. Do you get that, Blue? All of those horizontal planes being parallel. When you put a vertical through them all, they all intersect perpendicularly. Every one of them. Because they're all parallel. I mean, I'm struggling, Blue. I mean, I really am. But we were getting to you in a bit, Blue, with your vertical planes. Wow. Betty said we can now put that horizontal plane in the perpendicular position to plumb line. So all of those verticals, right? All of the perpendiculars to a horizontal plane would be vertical, wouldn't they? Definite. Well, this one we've got here. Number 8. This is in, I don't know whether you guys can see it on there. It might be hidden. It says, parallel planes are such as do not meet one another, though produced. So that's Euclid. So Euclid states that parallel planes, if produced, do not meet. You know, traditional understanding of what parallel means. And this is, I know, this is where the guys get really stressed out, because this is solid geometry. This is 3D. They can't conceptually bend straight lines in 3D because they are already curved like surfaces of spheres and all of that. They are already Euclidean in the 3-dimensional. Wow, Betty's struggling to define vertical now. Is it? Watch out, chap. He just writes stuff down. He's I think he's my personal biographer, and he likes to get other people's definitions of things. I think he's trying to write his own dictionary from Flirfs. I think he tries to imagine what he does. You've got to be careful, because Beddy he gets information from people, and then he goes over to the Adult Globe Earth Discord server and says, I was talking to a load of flat earthers and they all said this, when he wasn't actually talking to flat earthers at all. It's just in his imagination. They do have vivid imaginations. So we're dealing with planes. We're dealing with a horizontal plane, and then we're dealing, obviously, with a vertical plane. Now, the horizontal plane being the one that's established in the horizontal position can be established, as quite a lot of people have said, at least Euclidean, indefinite. A plane is indefinitely large. It just goes out in all directions. So obviously, if that horizontal plane was in the horizontal position, extending out indefinitely far, in order for you to put a vertical plane on that, you would need to develop something at right angles to it. Now, does anyone know how to make a right angle in reality?
You mean like drawing lines, making a right angled line?
Well, to actually physically make a right angle in reality. Not, not geometry, because that's on paper. I mean, that's what use is that? Like a drawing on a piece of paper wouldn't actually help you, would it?
Not much, no.
So what do you reckon? How would you go about it? I'd say there's a couple of ways, right? But one of the best ways is to do a Pythagoras, right? And that's because of the proportions of a triangle. They call them the Pythagorean triples. And most people know that one of them is the 3, 4, 5 triangle. And that's the lengths of the sides. Once you do that, you can guarantee that one of the angles within this is a right angle, just because of the lengths of the sides of a triangle. That's one way to do it. That's using geometry. measuring straight lines, which is also Euclidean geometry, right? The shortest distance between 2 points, or that which lies evenly between its two extreme points. It's how you make a triangle. But there is an easier way to do it, to establish a right angle. And that's because you know the two reference frames that reality is based upon. One of them being vertical and the other one being horizontal. And all you have to do, because these two are called right lines, they're straight lines in reality. When you meet these two right lines together, vertical and horizontal, they always, every time, establish a right angle. That's the principles of building, of construction, mechanics, all sorts of flow of water, rise over run, surveying, elevation changes. They're all based upon the vertical axis. Elevation changes especially. That's very useful for flooding and stuff like that. So the water establishes a level and you can check that level. It's one of the right lines that you use, and that's based on a vertical scale, normally shown by the measuring sticks at the side of canals. I think I've got some pictures. Might be able to. I don't know. I can't. Might be a bit hard to find it. Anyone got any measurement things? Have we got? We did have some when we went to the canal. Let me see if I can find them so everybody knows what the vertical datum is. DP did a meme. I can't remember. I don't know where we put them all. Well, there's a measurement stick. Would that be on the one that we went with when we went to the Bedford levels? They see there's a vertical datum measurement in the canal to show the water levels, because it rises and falls and they have to keep the water to a level that keeps the place drained. I can't even remember where it was. Oh yeah, there you go. It's on that meme there. This bit here. This is what we call a vertical datum, and this is the measurement of the water level within the canal, and it works on a vertical datum. So the water level rises, obviously, being perpendicular to it, and it rises up and down, and that scale there is on the vertical scale. All of the measurements for all of the elevations of the entire UK, and they're all referenced to that. So perpendicular to that would be horizontal, and as we know, all of the horizontal planes are parallel. Therefore, all of the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will also be parallel. Simple geometric fact. And Betty's upset because verticals and horizontals aren't defined in Euclidean geometry. But they are definitely perpendicular to each other. Has anyone ever heard of vertical and horizontal not being perpendicular to each other?
Very obviously not.
No, okay. So it's just Betty seems to say that because they're not mentioned in Euclidean geometry, that there might not be any relationship between a vertical and a horizontal and a straight line and a perpendicular straight line to it. Or the fact that verticals are straight line and horizontals are straight line, and a horizontal plane is a plane in the horizontal position, and a vertical plane is also the very same thing, and they are both perpendicular to each other, exactly like the Euclidean geometry. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about. Like, I'm just thinking, I mean, I might be wrong, but I think people use Euclidean geometry. At least I'm aware of that. Let me have a look. I think I went to check out for surveying in my level. I'm sure I did it really early on, just to make sure. Oh no, that was what I did. I checked out Euclidean geometry. You can check it on Wiki. Practical uses of Euclidean geometry. You try that. See what anybody thinks. What if there's any? Just to make sure. I mean, you don't want to be taking my word for it. Because, I mean, who knows? I mean, there might be somebody in the chat that might want to definitely say something different. So, I mean, look it up for yourself. Practical uses of Euclidean geometry. I'm trying to find it. I can't remember where plane surveying. See, that's like very familiar, isn't it? Plane surveying, they use a plane, and I think everybody should understand what a plane is. They use the horizontal plane when surveying. Oh, I can't find it. That's no good, is it? Sorry.
There is an argument to be made that because horizontal and vertical are orientations in reality, that those were in fact the inspiration to even go into trying to describe this all within, the elements, right? It could actually be the inspiration for the entire thing, the discovery that this is the case in reality. I mean, I'm not saying it is true, I'm just saying an argument could be made.
Well, I would say because it is reality, right? And it is a book of proofs. It was, how can we find a proof in reality? And they just built them up. Alright, here we go. Euclidean geometry. There you go.
I don't think there's an argument to be made that somebody just wanted to muck about with lines and circles and just have some fun on a piece of paper. I think that's quite not the case.
Right, we've got this one here coming in. This is in Wikipedia. Because of Euclidean geometry's fundamental status in mathematics, it is impractical to give a more than a representative sampling of the applications here. And it's got the first one, a surveyor uses a level. So a level's obviously Euclidean. Sphere packing and all that. And it says, as suggested by the etymology of the word, one of the earliest reasons for interest in geometry was surveying. And certain practical results from Euclidean geometry, such as right angle property of the 3, 4, 5 triangle, were used long before they were proved formally. The fundamental types of measurements in Euclidean geometry are distances and angles, both of which can be measured directly by a surveyor. Now that's Euclidean, right? Check if you want with any surveyor that you talk to, just to make sure that they use the shortest distance between 2 points as a straight line, and an angle being the inclination of one point to it and plane to another, straight line or plane. Just make sure, like, the fundamental types of measurements in Euclidean geometry are distances and angles. I mean, there's no other way to measure a distance or an angle, in case anybody's wondering. Only Euclidean. That should come as a big shock to people. There are only, in reality, Euclidean distances. Because the identity of every point has that identity, that position. It doesn't move, ever. And the shortest distance between the 2 points will always be the shortest, a straight line. There's no other way it can happen. It says that, like, surveyors can do both angles and distances. We were talking about that earlier today, weren't we? Like, what else is there that a surveyor could do? Measure the shortest distance between 2 points and measure an angle. That's it. That's all he can do. Establish horizontals, measure parallel planes, and the vertical distance between those 2 parallel planes to work out an establishment and work out the elevation of all the points. They call them datums. You might be able to see one around. Well, that datum has an established position, both on the northings, eastings, or the grid coordinate in the UK, and it will have an elevation mark to it, like a real X, Y position and a Z elevation, especially in the UK. Grid position, X and Y, boom, that's where you know where it is on the horizontal plane. But how high are you? How do you know that? Boom, Z axis, elevation mark, vertical datum. That's your elevation. Surveyors do it locally all the time. When they measure distances, they have to be at point A and point B. They have to be able to measure that distance in reality. And he says, historically, distances were often measured by chains, such as a Gunter's chain. Just for as a matter of interest, you know how long a Gunter's chain is? A chain?
33 centimeters.
66 feet across.
I had to guess.
Yeah, it's not. You're never far off, though, are you? Anybody ever asks you to guess, you know which numbers you're going to be going for. Mm-hmm. And angles using graduated circles, and later the theodolite for the angles and the distances for the chains. Right, the theodolite just measures angles. You have another linear distance measurement. Chains used to have to be propped up and made horizontal because that's what you have to measure. You have to measure a horizontal distance. That's the shortest distance in reality on a horizontal plane. That's like a real life horizontal plane. In reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is on the horizontal plane, established from one point. The first starting point, you have to go horizontally to get the true shortest distance. And surveyors, local surveyors, who all surveyors survey locally, all of them use Euclidean geometry, because that's the shortest distance between 2 points, a straight line. And since they use levels that establish horizontals, because it has to be horizontal, otherwise it's not the shortest distance between 2 points. So we've got a horizontal plane, the shortest distance between 2 points. Like, for instance, at the Rakiers Lake, it's around the Pontchartrain area, isn't it? Rakiers Lake. And then there's a bridge he had commissioned built, or it may be his family or something, back in the 60s, maybe even before that, who knows, that across that lake, he went, it's got a good view on the other side over there. I need a bridge over that. So they made a bridge. Now, I'm going to get a picture up. I don't want everyone going mad. It's because it blues pictures again. Now, what we have to do, again, we have to imagine these are the horizontal planes. The horizontal plane is always horizontal. And then when you draw a picture like this and you wrongly label it, I might have to. I think Rakier put a shout out, Blue. If you're listening, sort us out a redo and label it up for us properly, or just at least let us know what you should label it. I think it should say vertical plane. If it does, and I think it should say vertical plane, then that line there that you've marked here, this one, the one marked tangent plane, should be pointing to a chord. Now, I think what that should read is horizontal, because from A on one side to B on the other. Let's see, well, I might even have these guys on here. Oh, I have. There we go. Transition over. So we've got Rakia on one side. Come on. Rakia and Soundly on the other. Now, that's a horizontal from one side to the other. Why is my cursor not coming on? Showing on there now. Oh. I think the thingy's going a bit weird. So that Blue would left to let us know, but that is perpendicular. That line from Nug, from the Nug to Soundly, would be classed as being perpendicular to the vertical plane. Therefore, I think Blue's labelled the tangent plane. It should have said horizontal. And it says there, elevation above the horizontal, I think. And he shaded it as a vertical plane. So if you're out there, Blue, or anybody that you want to send in to speak for you, because I know it'll be embarrassing, send us in the words that you would like us to put on there, and I can do it myself if you want to. If you don't want to send anybody over, if you feel too embarrassed or whatever, then I'll relabel it for you, or we'll get DP on it. Is DP out there? I mean, DP did do one picture. Have you got that picture, DP? That we did that. So the problem, I mean, there's not much of a problem, is there? I mean, most people listening to this will be thinking, what are you talking about? Why are you going on about planes? Well, the problem is that this vertical plane that Blue's put there, and any horizontal plane that you can imagine from reality, they don't exist on the globe model. It's a bit of a problem for them. I don't think they've realised it yet. That there's reality, and then there's a geometric model. Well, some people have become to believe that a geometric model relates to reality for some reason. Maybe because they've been fooled by wizards, or not even wizards, just fooled by the system, fooled by people taking on arguments, fooled by giving in the wrong argument, and fooled mainly by people that say they can do shit that they can't. But it's fed by mainly by a group of trolls that just say stuff that they don't even know what they're saying. Like, Jesse Kozlowski knows he made a mistake when he said the water level drops from the horizontal. He knows he messed up, but he's left. And now Blue is drawing pictures like this that shows a massive hump in the middle of the water on a vertical plane as well. And everybody knows how you measure different elevations is on a vertical datum. And then this is a vertical plane, and this is a horizontal, and all the horizontals are parallel. So the distance between the bottom horizontal and the top horizontal will be the elevation difference. Now, Blue has said that's 28.5 meters elevation change across this. Now, he'll say he won't, because he says it's level all the way across, but it quite obviously isn't. There's an elevation above a tangent plane. So this is the bottom, and then this is a vertical rise from this line here. Has to be. There's no other way it could possibly be. Unless you go out of the realms of Euclidean geometry. But I don't choose to do that. I know that surveyors that work in reality work with Euclidean geometry. I know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And I know that an elevation is a measured change in the vertical from a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane of reference that you can measure that elevation change from. And I also know that Blue's drawn a picture with a vertical plane saying there's an elevation above a tangent plane. Well, for one, it's not a tangent plane. No matter how many times you get people who say you can have a tangent to a straight line, a tangent to a plane. Could you imagine that? There will be people out there willing to defend Blue by saying that's a plane and you can have a tangent to it. Therefore, there's a tangent plane there on top of the plane because it's a tangent to the plane. There are some people, shout out, Starkodder and Science It Out, and B-Ball, Earth is Life. He started it all off one day. We're going to have to get that one back out again because that's a really good one. And I think they've developed this new mathematics where they can actually have a tangent to a straight line. It's all fantastic maths. I'm not really that clued up on it because it sounds like fantasy maths to me. I would like to see where you can have this drawn, but like I said to Brenda a bit earlier, there's some geometry that can be performed in reality. We call that Euclidean geometry. You can practice all of the proofs, you can use all of the principles within Euclidean geometry in reality. No problem. That's the only one geometry that you can use in reality. There is no non-Euclidean geometries because I consider those non-reality geometries. You can't actually put anything to paper. You can't physicalize the shapes. You can't actually do anything like that at all with non-Euclidean geometries. You might be able to conceptualize it, put it in your mind, perhaps pretend you're doing something on a computer program. But if it can be done in reality, then that's Euclidean, three-dimensional geometry. It's the only thing that can happen with parallel planes existing. Because not only do parallel planes exist in Euclidean geometry, well, that's it. There's no anywhere else that parallel planes exist other than reality and Euclidean geometry, as borne out by all horizontal planes being parallel, which we were thinking about doing a do you reckon we could go worldwide with this? We're going to do a call it science? I don't think you could call it science, could you? We could call it one of the biggest proof gathering sessions ever. The GoFundMe. What is, everyone can join in. We're on the hunt for, you can all just check, just to make sure that horizontals are parallel where you are. Because there's a lot of people that are going to be asking us to check that horizontals are parallel somewhere else. Right? So if everyone can just check that they haven't got a rogue horizontal out there that might help us disprove that all horizontals are parallel. That's a horizontal plane, obviously. But you can also check, as we showed you the other day, on whiteboards, like on vertical planes, sometimes a horizontal plane can be expressed as a line. Now, could you please check that all of the horizontal lines on any vertical planes that you find to see whether they are parallel? And also horizontal being in the horizontal position. parallel. And also, if at all possible, just give it a check to make sure that it is also parallel with the plane of the horizon. Because, like I say, t-shirt logic is being brought under close scrutiny. I mean, Beddy, he's drawing crosses on pieces of paper. Now, we need to fight back against this and make sure, just, you know, we would hate to be t-shirt logic to be not consistent, right? DP, what I mean, can you imagine what a mistake you'd have made if that all horizontals aren't parallel? I mean, that'd be terrible, wouldn't it? He put it on a t-shirt and everything. Imagine that, misinformation on a t-shirt. I don't know. So, for the sake of DP's sanity, we need to get out there and just make sure, can everybody, I mean, do we need to GoFundMe? How much do you reckon it'd take to check that horizontals are parallel? We could also do a bit more sort of work as well. We were going to go, I think Emma wants to go to the Maldives and Greenland. Where else? Well, Emma's list was quite large, where she wanted to go and check that horizontals aren't parallel.
Could I get like 2 6-foot spirit levels, put them on top of each other and take a picture?
Yeah, I mean everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get yourself a little level, pocket level. You know, just take it round with you. Just make sure.
Because when you say all horizontals are parallel, that's very similar to saying all swans are white, isn't it?
Oh, hey.
Ooh.
Yeah. So we need the black. We need the black swan of horizontals. That's what we're after.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, obviously, it'd have to be out there, wouldn't it?
It would have to be, wouldn't it?
Wow, yeah. Logic. We like that.
A horizontal swan. Wow.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we could turn it into... We could turn the all horizontals into a black swan argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine being that first person to ever find a horizontal not parallel to another horizontal.
Wow, yeah. Like, imagine that. You might even find yourself a bit of globe proof in there if you could. Do you reckon?
You might even get a Nova program.
Wow,
Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool.
Everybody would know your name.
Yeah.
Recognition everywhere.
Yeah.
Intersecting horizontals aren't real. There's no such thing until somebody finds them. I mean, who knows? Oh, Master Khalik, how's he at finding intersecting horizontals, or is he a parallel horizontal guy?
This guy's delusional. He's on about a debate we had, which wasn't really a debate because it was comical. We were debating the ISS, and he came in to Jose's to debate the ISS, and he had nothing. Not one shred of paper, not a website, nothing. The host, Jose, had to bring him up something from Red's rhetoric so he won't be embarrassed. He really absolutely had nothing. Every question I asked him, he knew nothing. Nothing. That's Master Khalik.
The usual.
The usual. And Master, anytime you want to redo it, me and you on the ISS, you come here and I'll re-educate you once again, brother. No problem. We could even do it tonight after this show.
Swimming? You going swimming with Master Khalik?
Snorkeling with Khalik. Yeah.
Yeah, come on in. Hopefully we can sort that out for afterwards, but not get too far off the Euclidean. Link to reality. Before you go off into fantasy land or snorkeling at the bottom of swimming pools.
Yeah. Well, they can't handle conversations like this. That's why I invited him for the La La Land if he wants, that is, because he's shooting his mouth off.
Oh, he's got a link. It's there. It's just right above where you've just done it there, Master Click. The bot just posted the link. Somebody keep an eye out on the... well, you'll have to let us know you've come in by typing something in the chat, and we'll give you a speaking role, VC role. Hex says the shortest distance between 2 points is only horizontal if both points lie on a horizontal plane.
Logic.
Of course, I'm talking about the shortest distance horizontally is the shortest distance.
Good afternoon.
All right, Rob.
I clicked the link in the YouTube chat just so that you're all aware how fast it is to get in here from the YouTube. Master Khalik, we are waiting.
Yeah, Master Khalik is in the landing page.
He's just got to click his thing, come into, type something somewhere for us in the VC, and we'll get you a VC role.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob.
Well, I mean, if he wants to come in, we can just go on to you, Messi. It's only Euclid night. We've got the vertical plane and the horizontal plane. I'm still trying to formulate it, and I'm hoping everybody else listening has got the same idea that there is a problem. Not within reality. With reality's fine. Horizontal planes, vertical planes, shortest distance measurements. All of that works fine in reality. But there is a I don't know, something that doesn't fit on the model. Now, me personally, I can't really put myself in that position. I try, but you know, it doesn't fit. There's too many paradoxes for the model. So that's why for me, Euclidean geometry makes sense. Vertical, horizontal, you know, as everybody is being told, the exactness about what actually happens and how elevations are measured and all of that. It's just reality. Now, there seems to be a group of people that don't like the idea of that being reality and vertical and horizontal, because they don't actually work. As we've found out, a lot of people that keep coming round here saying there's no such thing as a horizontal plane. Level isn't horizontal. They're not the same thing. They're different. But vertical and horizontal are still perpendicular. And they also think level is perpendicular. I mean, has anyone seen anything about that? Level. I'll get a few definitions of level, because I'm sure that there would be a few. I mean, we've not been over them. Is it? There's a big massive list there. Having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface, that's level. Being in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal. I mean, can you imagine the nerve of them to do that?
It's like it's on purpose, just to trigger people, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm number 2. Adjectives: being in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal. I mean, it's like, it's in the level 1. Why are they putting what a horizontal is, the parallel to the plane of the horizon? I mean, God, it's like it's got to have been some sort of a flat earther wrote this dictionary. Triggering. He's like, I know what, I'll trigger him to do this. Right, so equal as in height, condition, status, advancement, filled to a height even with the rim of the container. The horizontal line or plane in which anything is situated with regard to its elevation.
Ooh.
Wow. I mean, the horizontal line or plane in which anything is situated with regard to its elevation. Almost as if elevation and horizontal planes and the height of things are position with respect to a given height. I mean, 14 is a horizontal surface, as in a floor or building or other structure. 15, a device as a spirit level used for determining or adjusting something to a horizontal surface. I mean, I don't know why these guys are getting all this mixed up. It says level. They keep mentioning horizontal. A surveying instrument consisting of a spirit level mounted on a frame with a telescopic sight used for establishing a horizontal. That'd be like an auto level type thing. And we knew that was horizontal anyway. And then B, it says, first one, A surveying instrument consisting of a spirit level mounted on a frame with a telescopic sight used for establishing a horizontal. Part B, an observation made with this instrument. So an observation level made with the instrument, horizontal plane. An imaginary line or surface everywhere at right angles to the plumb line. OMG. An imaginary line or surface everywhere at right angles to the plumb line.
Ooh, level, perpendicular to plumb, vertical, horizontal to vertical, perpendicular to horizontal.
It's ongoing, isn't it? I mean, it's a never-ending nightmare, a paradox of the glober. How do you have something perpendicular at right angles to a plumb line being called level? And then it also being called a horizontal position or condition. Level, it's almost as though level is horizontal. A level surface, flat surface. A level or flat surface as an extent of land, approximately horizontal and unbroken irregularities. The interconnected horizontal mine workings, shout out Buster, wish you were here, at a particular elevation or depth. To make a surface level, even, or flat, make horizontal. I'm struggling to work out here what exactly is the problem with it.
It seems very self-consistent to me.
Like again, we've got Stark Odder in the chat here. He's saying, waiting for you to demonstrate your claim that the method depends on all horizontals being parallel. Well, all horizontals are parallel. That's the statement that we've made. And we are going to do a worldwide search just to check with everybody, in case we might have missed one, maybe. That's all we need. It's just one. Just one black swan of a horizontal. Intersecting horizontals. The black swan. Of the reality claim? I guess you could say. The reality claim, at least that's what I'm claiming anyway. Anybody else disagreeing with that? Are you okay with me saying it's a reality claim that all horizontals are parallel to each other? And in order for us to disprove that, we need to find the black swan. And the black swan, for all horizontals being parallel, is intersecting horizontals.
I'd like to say it's been 10 minutes and I still haven't heard hide nor hair of Mr. Master Khalik.
He's joined, apparently. He's joined, but I mean, this is a frightening room. I mean, look who's in here. You've got DP, Kevin, Mobius, Redmond, Rob,
Emma.
Obviously. Emma. I was going to leave Emma till last. SE, Gizmo, the Truth Bot. Oh, no way. It might be the Truth Bot. Watch out.
Not the Truth Bot.
Yeah, they don't like the Truth Bot, do they? Keep saying Me6.
They get so triggered, like they have to have the ISS, right? And if you question anything, it's like sacrilege to them.
That's a distraction, right? All horizontals are parallel. Oh, look at the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
Look at the sun.
Look at the yeah. Look at the moon.
Yeah, let's get up in a plane. Let's take flight. And hot air balloon. Let's go in a balloon.
Now, this is a guy that's obsessed. That's all he talks about. That's it. ISS, nothing else. I've never heard him talk about anything else.
Yeah, I mean, hey, not model afflicted Mondays, but hey, we're like the model afflicted don't come in that often. We may as well give him a bit of a voice. Brenda was a bit much, to be honest. When they start denying reality after never doing anything in reality, it gets a bit much. So yeah, Master Khalif, if you want to come in, we'll let you and SE have your, I don't know, talk about whatever. You can make up your stories. Tell us about your fantasies. Tell us about what you dreamt about last night.
Hey, the 3 Bitcoin challenge, shout out. If you can find intersecting horizontal planes, there may be money in it for you as well.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, that would definitely go down quite well to give you a proof of a model, definitely. I mean, there has to be on the model, right? Actually, it's a bit easier than that, isn't it? Because in order to get the model, all you've got to do is disprove horizontal planes altogether.
Ooh, yeah, true.
Yeah. I mean, could you say that the fact that you can't find intersecting horizontals might mean that horizontal planes don't exist? Do you reckon they might try that one? I mean, that
that'd be kind of.
Could it work? Could it work? I mean, I don't know. We're on with this new paraconsistent logic, aren't we? So, could you falsify horizontal planes being parallel by, get ready for this, by not finding them and therefore being able to state that horizontal planes don't exist because of your inability to find intersecting horizontals. Or you could always just sort of say, like Brenda was, I think that was what they were doing earlier, was to state that there just aren't any. You can't prove vertical and horizontal in reality. They're just concepts. How about that?
Yeah,
Do you like
it's
that?
true.
Do you like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
approach?
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see how well that would go over with people. And
Yeah,
I
there
don't mean
are no
necessarily
verticals.
here.
Yeah. How about that? Because, I mean, like, if you believe already now that there is such a thing as a horizontal plane, and you consider that to be called level, well, you're already a flat earther. But I think because of the geometric implications of that statement, if you think horizontal planes exist, you're going to be a flat earther. And geometric implications of horizontal planes existing means that a vertical plane would have a perpendicular to it being horizontal, and since they can't exist, then vertical planes can't exist. There's a backwards paradox spiral that horizontals and verticals do exist, so the paradox must be accepted for them to live on a globe. I'm setting this up for something in the future, but I'll have to see who takes it on and see whether they have it or not. But the paradoxical proof of the globe model is definitely real. As real as the globe model, anyway.
Just while you're talking about things that were backwards and around the wrong way, something that Brenda said earlier, she said that you can use Euclidean geometry. When you said about, you asked her if she'd ever done any real work using Euclidean geometry, and she said something about a table, and you took her through measuring and cutting timber, and that was a way of kind of validating the geometry and measurements that you were using in the real world with her. And she said that it works fine that way, that does prove Euclidean geometry. She was using Euclidean geometry and measurements to build the table that she was building. But she said it doesn't prove anything further than that. But what she kind of fails to realize is that using those very measurement principles is how everything else is measured. And she agreed to those measurements.
Yeah, validating any measurement taken by it is validating the entire thing.
All of it, yeah. There is no separation there. Is she talking about scope of works there? That she's working small and local, and therefore those measurements do work for her? But
well, that's the thing with Euclidean. Doesn't matter how small it is, that straight line can be expanded.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah,
this is the thing they seem to fail to grasp.
Yeah. Like every little bit of it, like, is reality. You can't just accept a little bit of reality and say, okay, reality here where I am locally, but over there where I'm not, who knows? Well, the person that's over there that's local, they know. It's exactly the same as the horizontal parallel things that Stark-Odder's trying to do. You have to prove that horizontals are parallel over there and here. We just get somebody over there. Are they parallel over there? Yeah. Are they parallel here? Yeah. Are they parallel every bit of the way along from one place to the other? Yes. Are they parallel everywhere? Yes. T-shirt logic. And they're only... They see, this is what people don't realise, DP. Horizontal planes, they weren't actually parallel before, right? What we did when we put that t-shirt logic together and put it on the t-shirt, we aligned all of the horizontals without anyone noticing.
We did that.
Yeah, that's the power of t-shirt logic.
Aligning
horizontals
since 2019.
Making horizontals parallel again. Come on, t-shirt logic.
Yeah. Oh, if only we had that power. That's what I said to Stark-Odder in the chat earlier. You know, he thinks that we're trying to redefine the geometry that's been used to measure, to cut, to build, to survey, to do the things that thousands of people across hundreds of countries have done for hundreds of years. And he thinks we're trying to redefine it. But we're not.
Well, we did. We did.
Yeah.
We sneaked it, right? All the Globers, they were there all happy. They were happy, slagging flat earthers off. Flat earthers were arguing with the Globers. And what we did, we put some t-shirt logic together and nobody noticed that we aligned all of the horizontals parallelly for you.
They didn't notice for 2 years.
Yeah, while we were doing it sneakily in the background. So,
Wait.
wait a minute. I'm just trying to say, now that we've done that and we've put it on the t-shirt logic, we need everybody to go and check that we didn't miss any. We tried to get all of them.
Please, if go on, sorry, Rob.
I just wanted to say that I noticed it, and I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Right. Thanks. Have you got any, you haven't kept any of the proof that the horizontals weren't parallel before, have you? You've ditched it. Remember that when we told you to get rid of that old evidence of horizontals intersecting?
There's never been a single horizontal that has ever intersected another horizontal. Ever.
That's exactly. Thank you very much. Your money will be coming in the post.
Your sweeteners in the post.
Because we took it further there.
Yeah.
Because when you say all horizontals are parallel, you're just meaning right here, this moment, all of them are.
Yeah.
But he's saying all of them are, was, and ever will be.
Yeah, we did that. We did that. Like we sent DP round, you know, the Men in Black thing.
Yeah.
We sent DP round for that.
The blip.
Yeah.
Don't worry if you too have found that out as well. Don't worry.
Yeah, and if anybody out there, whilst checking their horizontals, if they do happen to find two horizontals that aren't parallel to each other, could you let us know? Because we are on the hunt, and we are looking for these intersecting horizontals.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, we'd hate to send Emma out to the Maldives to go hunting for them.
Yeah. Well, if you could find it over there and say that you need some help from Emma to just picture
Just to
it
verify.
or something. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Just sit on your beach. I sit on the beach somewhere with a margarita. I don't remember. Yeah.
Imagine Emma with a margarita.
Big straw hat. Yeah, so just in case we might have to sort that out. I mean, we've been keeping it quiet. We've been just sat here in this Discord server getting slagged off by everybody, but we have been hard at work making all of the horizontals parallel for you.
Wait a minute. How did you make them parallel?
Oh, just
hey, we can't give up our secrets.
Trade secrets, and it, yeah.
Yeah. Next level for a reason.
We've signed an NDA on that one.
We've had plenty of agents hard at work.
Rob, don't ask that question again, okay?
So I've been warned.
Yeah, so anybody wants to those pesky globe earthers, watch out for them. They might be trying to tilt a few horizontals to realign them back to the globe, but we've made sure, I think, you did put them in lock, didn't you? You put the lock on them.
Well, they kind of lock in. They kind of click together once they're
in the right position,
established in the horizontal position. Yeah, they kind of lock together. So.
And we adjust the. You made sure you got all of the verticals perpendicular, right? No stray verticals.
No stray verticals. Didn't see any.
But just make sure there wasn't a vertical aligned in the parallel with all of the other horizontals.
But again, that is something that people can be on the lookout for.
Yeah, that would be a good one, right? Just check every time you are getting your horizontals that are parallel, right? Make sure it's not actually vertical. Rakia, you use levels a lot, don't you? You just make sure with the guys when they're using it that they are actually using horizontals and they haven't got a stray vertical that's parallel with all of the horizontals. That's brilliant. I never thought of that before.
Well, Rumpus had a problem with his verticals, didn't they? They sent him a vertical for the wrong latitude for where he was in where was it?
It might have got that one from the Jesse Kozlowski drawing. Remember the one that Blue was showing?
Uh-huh.
That's what they might have sent
The
Rumpus.
communal one.
The one that shows all of the different spheroid shapes and the ellipsoids and the and it eventually goes off. It is like a rumpus, so we'll have to find that. I'm sure Blue had it in his video. I'll have a look for that. Yeah. I can imagine now how hard must it be for any model afflicted person to come in here now. What do you do put up against the horizontals being parallel?
Obfuscate. That's all they do. Run in circles.
Horizontal plane you put up.
As Sam demonstrated yesterday.
Well, he stayed in for quite a while. You establish a horizontal plane, you put an X and a Y axis on that plane, and then they would be vertical axis.
I guess that was a no-go on Master Khalik wanting to have a conversation with us.
I don't know. He did come in, did he?
As he did also tell him it could be after the show. So he may just be waiting until after the live.
Oh, I thought he'd at least come in and say, hi, hey guys, my name is Master Khalik, I believe in the globe and all that jazz.
He's not
He didn't even come in
accepted
and
the
say hi.
rules. He's not accepted the rules, so he just has to click that little button for the rules. I know, adjusting to rules. They're not too... Emma doesn't like too many rules, so they're just the usual terms of service and expect to be recorded. You're live. Anyone could be recorded. Could be live, like we are right now on the YouTubes.
Well, he shouldn't have an issue with that. He joined while we were live, so that shouldn't be the issue.
Yeah, come on in, Master. It doesn't have to be confrontational. I'll be nice to you as long as you're nice. I'll be nice. You don't have to worry about that.
Tell us about your model.
Now, we'll talk about the ISS. He wants to talk about the ISS.
Yeah.
And then we can talk about anything else. Yeah.
The ISS itself is just the model.
Don't tell him that, Rob. You're going to be in for a surprise.
Has he been on it?
I wouldn't say so, but he's hell-bent that it's there.
Oh, he likes it. It's his favourite.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he thinks about it every day.
Yeah, I've never really understood that. It's like having a Ferrari, isn't it? Like lusting over a fancy car.
Yeah,
that you know you're never going to have. And you're never going to sit in, and you're never going to drive or anything like that. You can dream about it, I guess.
And he gets so triggered, just the mere question of, you sure? Maybe it's not what they say it is. How dare you? You know it's there. You can see it. You filmed it. We know the speed. We know the height. That's Master Khalik. When he comes in, that's what he's going to say, if he comes in.
Right, I've just got to go and make a brew, so you want to take over for a bit, guys? Have a little bit of a chat. I'll be away for a sec.
Yeah, Master, look, you can keep the ISS, dude. No one's going to take it away from you. If you believe that there is a thing up there 250 miles away traveling at 17,400 miles an hour with people inside, bro, no problem. I don't have an issue with that. Just don't try to convince me of that, and accept the fact that I question it, and everything will be fine. You can believe it. You can believe in space. You can believe in comets. You can believe in the planets. You can believe we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour at 11 different vectors. No sweat, bro. You can do that. But please accept when somebody like me comes and tells you, I don't accept that. Sorry. And when you make a fantastical claim that there's a thing up there orbiting with people inside, I'm going to ask you for proof. So when I asked him for that last time, you know what he told me? He says, there's a guy out there somewhere I know he did it, and somebody tells him Red's Reddick. He goes, oh yeah, Reds, that's right. Reds measured it and filmed it. And then I asked him, so how did he do it? Well, I don't know. Okay, show me do you have the video? No. Do you have any papers on it? No. Like, just a sheer belief. It's amazing. I don't know.
I was having a conversation about like the concept of just Google it, which is kind of what you're saying, right? You don't have to remember where you found it or who said it or any of the sort, because you can just Google it, right? It's just so simple. So that's why you end up in conversations like that where they will make claims and have nothing to back it up because they know they can just Google it, right?
Yeah, his whole argument was that Red's Rick did it. He didn't even know his name in the beginning. Somebody had to tell him. And then Jose had to bring up the video for him. He couldn't even do that for himself. It was like a joke, like a complete, it's like going to a gunfight and you don't even have a toothpick with you, never mind a knife. And he's bragging that I ran away. It's like, it's astonishing. Astonishing.
And I think that's partly or mainly or even the reason for why it's such a good idea to get some fundamental understanding of Euclidean geometry so that you know how you can prove these things to yourself. And like, what is it that you do when you measure things? Why do you measure? What even is measuring? Like all of these basic things, you have to start from the basics. You can't just go off of whatever you thought sounded nice at the moment, right? So just to shout out back to Euclid night, it's good to have a fundamental understanding before you go into all of these fancy places like the ISS.
I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. He says you can measure it. We know the height, we know the speed, and we can measure all these things. And when I asked him how, he had no clue. Apparently, somebody did it. That's the power of belief, like, Star Trek, Captain Kirk, right? It's a belief system. They have no clue about how the mechanics work. Nothing. I was asking him about pressure. He had no idea. I was asking him about heat. He had no idea. Nothing. There's video of the ISS. What? Haven't you seen the video from space? Are you crazy? You don't believe it? Everyone's lying? That's how they do it.
And that's another thing, appealing to consensus, right? Everybody's lying. No, everybody's believing. That's that's the difference, right?
Yeah. They see a rocket, they see the trajectory, they see that it always turns and flies like straight on level, almost. And they think it's going into space. It just leaves the view, and they think that's going into space. So from a visual takeoff, it goes up, then it turns, right? Flies almost straight and level. And then then you can't see it anymore. Then it goes into CGI, and they're in space, and that convinces them. It's incredible.
I'm back. I see Paige has talked about Ranty. Has anyone been over that yet?
Page? No?
Yeah, Ranty's
yeah, Page. Yeah.
But Hoymar said water lies in a level horizontal plane, right? Well, go on, Paige.
Yeah, Ranty, when I got on, saw there was a DM from Ranty with a lighthouse, and he's like flashing the water on and off it, and it goes like all the way up to the top, little part of the lighthouse. That's all that's left showing. And he puts the water on, takes it off, puts it on, takes it off. And that's all he sent me. And I'm like, well, is this supposed to prove something?
Does the lighthouse go underwater, does it?
Almost. You just get the very top little. I'll stick it in the chat for you. Hold on.
That was Monday's killer proof of a globe. Yeah. I saw that one. That's unbelievably funny.
Wait, this blues picture like passed by, superseded by something better?
Oh, you didn't hear about the killer proof rant he came up with?
No.
You can wait till you see this.
I think they've gifted it as well. I mean, the best proofs are gifts, aren't they?
Shout out DP.
I hope there it is. There it is.
Wow, that's a pretty big tide, that, isn't it?
Yeah, what the hell is that supposed to?
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, his globe.
At one day when that photo's taken, where you can see the whole lot of it, that day it's able to be seen, it's right there. But then the next day, or whenever the other photo was taken, all of a sudden there's a hump of water that's covering it that wasn't covering it the day that he took the other photo.
Yeah, that looks like.
Was there a tsunami that day or something?
No, haven't you heard?
Water.
Mr. Sensible already told you that, you can just change the radius willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Was it, who else was it that said that just recently also? Yeah, it just changed the radius willy-nilly.
Yeah, maybe that's why they made the lighthouse that big, right? Because if they didn't make it that big, then it would get completely submerged by water. At least there's that little bit at the top of it. Right? When the water comes in.
Yeah, the poor guy in the lighthouse fucking drowning every time the tide comes in. Holy shit.
You have to get upstairs. Get upstairs to the light.
You gotta go up high, yeah.
It might happen this day, it might happen next week, you never know. Just depends on the weather. Like, fucking hell. This is like ludicrous.
Or do you reckon there might be a stray hump of water that's just passing in between the lighthouse and the camera?
Up wherever it's needed. Oh, there's a hump needed over here. Quick, get over here.
Hump needed.
Yeah. Bring in the hump. Come on.
This bridge. We need the hump. Quick.
Unbelievable, Ranty. Like, really, fantastic.
Dude. Yeah, you've outdone yourself this time, Ranty. I mean, I thought you might have gone up Winter Hill with that auto level that Ruhif got you. But no, this is much better. I mean, if that doesn't show anything at all, which it doesn't, but I mean, it must be a globe proof, right? They're getting ridiculous. I mean, that is ridiculous enough to be a globe proof, right?
He said undeniable. Nobody will be able to deny this, is his exact words.
It can't be anything but a globe proof. Duh.
Yeah, it has to be.
How does it work? Do you have to stare at it for a couple of months or what?
Yeah, just keep watching it. Keep watching it. It'll turn into a globe proof.
Well, I suppose when you get to the point where you're to death of everybody giving you shit for being a flat earther and you want to make a bit more money on your YouTube channel, then anything becomes a globe proof, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has to. It has to. I mean, like,
but how does he make
and everything?
Yeah, but how does he make sense of this? Like, what in his mind now? I'm trying to go into his mind. Which right? What is he thinking here? Like, what is he trying to show?
Exactly, I see. What I'd like to know, what is he thinking happens when the water's not there on the photo?
I can answer that. What's he thinking?
Okay.
This globe.
His globe. Yeah.
This globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
mind-boggling.
Different. It's different. The picture, one of the pictures is different to the other one, right? So, false dichotomy, of course. If one of them's flat Earth, then the other one must be globe.
So we have both.
Yeah.
Flat one day, globe the next.
Yeah. And which even each other out and makes it's globe.
This globe.
It's globe.
Okay.
It has to be, right? If one of the pictures is globe and the other one's flat Earth, then globe overrides flat Earth. Must be a hump. There's no way that lighthouse can't be underwater when it's not underwater when that picture's taken. So therefore, it must be a globe. I mean, it goes right alongside the measuring triangles with more than 180 degrees. I mean, that must be a globe also.
Yeah, it's about as good as that one, isn't it? A movable hump, like the curving horizontals, you know, Dornagons. They've got everything, these guys.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
So in his mind, the hump is the normal day, and the not hump is something wrong. Is that it?
Like, no, they both could be globe. I mean, who knows?
It's
those
astonishing.
Both could be globe. They have to be both globe, right? Is globe? Is globe?
This globe. Yeah.
It's globe.
I'm not gonna Penrose myself. This globe. That's it.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Wakey Wakey's little video on David Wilcock, that guy who does all the Gaia space alien videos?
No.
He got asked about the flat Earth, and just basically said, "Oh, this is fucking stupid. You're making yourself look like absolute retards," and went on to say things like, "Oh, if you sail around the globe, you come back to where you started from," and stuff like that. And oh my God, Wakey Wakey just tore him to shreds. It was amazing.
If I drive around a roundabout, I get back to where I started from too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do it on a plate, can't you?
Yeah, you can roll a pea around a plate.
Kind of like a NASCAR track. Whee! Hey, look! We're back where we started from.
Yeah, I don't want to be bashing the model afflicted. I mean, that's not nice.
Well, we're all government agents as far as he's concerned. Every person who makes Flat Earth videos is a government agent, and everyone who supports Flat Earth videos is a government agent. So I just found out this morning I'm a government agent. How's that?
Wow.
Never knew.
Is he one of the ones that calls people that think vertical planes exist? Are they flat earthers too?
Oh, I'm not sure. He didn't even get asked any questions. He just gave
technical shit.
Standard crap globe proofs that we've all been told, and that was it. Basically just called us stupid and called us government agents, and that we're trying to make the real truth seekers look like imbeciles for believing this. Like, holy shit, it doesn't half show that you haven't looked into this at all.
I'm just disappointed I haven't got my check from the government yet.
Yeah, tell me about it. When's mine coming? Far out.
Well, for saying that level is horizontal. No way. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
You must be a flat earther.
It's terrible, I know. Some of the things these flat earthers believe nowadays. Vertical. Can you imagine a vertical plane? If you believe in a vertical plane, then you're a flat earther. If you ever have a horizontal plane being larger than 2 microns, you're a flat earther.
2 microns, huh?
Yeah. If you don't believe that Ranty's proof of those 2 pictures in that GIF proves it's a globe, you're a flat earther. Guarantee. I mean, how could you not know it's a globe after seeing Ranty's GIF? It's clear, isn't it? Absolutely certain that on those 2 pictures. Yeah, we're all missing our paychecks.
Bev, can I just say here, I've been busy counting pixels in that GIF, and I'd just like to confirm that may be hard for you to hear, but it is a GIF.
Yeah. If I put I've got a little thing, right, with it turns into a little finger. And if I leave it there, it says GIF. It actually prints it up there. So I can confirm that is a GIF.
So I didn't have to count pixels to confirm it was a GIF.
Yeah.
Bev, have you seen Hoymar's reply to me?
I wouldn't waste your time with Hoymar, Page.
But water lies in a level horizontal plane, right? He does, yeah. Thanks.
Oh, it speaks sense sometimes.
Yeah.
Horizontal plane, but a level curved surface.
Oh, has he done it again? But water lies in a level horizontal plane, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it cannot lie in a level horizontal plane because it's obstructing the lighthouse when you look at it from a faraway place. So he's totally neglecting any effects of perspective or the atmosphere or anything, and he's just going, well, the water must be curving because the water's at your feet when you stand at the lighthouse, but it appears to be, nearly over the top of the lighthouse when you're far away from it. Like, rather than go to the geometry and go, okay, what do we know? What do we know about the physics of water? What do we know for certain can and can't happen? Instead of doing that, they just make up this story in their head and go,
I don't know whether you're aware, Hoymar's our new obfuscation agent. They've all had to leave, and he's in here. Yeah. And as like I said, it's a travelling hump of water. I mean, that's what Hoymar's saying.
Yeah, it just appears when you need it. It's like say it 3 times and it'll appear.
Yeah, I mean, quite obviously, right? Hoymar was the one that came first, and Hoymar gave us the vertical plane that the 28.5 meter hump was measured on. So, once again, like Hoymar's just verifying Ranty's GIF, obviously, the great GIF of Ranty. That is a vertical rise of water on the vertical datum.
Hang on, so they are saying there is a change in elevation. Plane.
Yeah, there has to be.
But they want to say that no matter where you are, when you drop your plumb bob and do your horizontal, your surface can be the same. The level is the same elevation all the way across. So they'll say that lake is the same elevation all the way across, but then say it's got a hump if you look at it from one
change.
Yeah, a vertical change.
Yeah, on a vertical plane. I mean, they quite readily admit it.
How do they do that? How?
Have you never heard of the hump drop with no drop? Right? It's quite obvious that when you look out and there is a change from the horizontal, a measured change, that is an elevation change. Now, if you do that over water, then you know that measured change over water is a measured change. But since the water elevation doesn't change, it's not an actual change. So that's how you know it's a globe. You can look and measure a change that isn't a change. So therefore, it must be a globe. I mean, they're full of it. I mean, it's real globe proofs.
Oh, I think you just tied my brain in a knot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. What you're meant to say is, I don't understand. And then I go, ha, 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 ha. Oh, yeah, nobody does. Nobody does. It's not there to be understood. You can't understand shit that they just make up.
So is this why we have so many people saying things like, oh, they already figured this out, scientists have already done this? It's because they've never actually looked at what these people are saying, and they don't understand it when they have looked.
Scientists don't do geometry. You can't.
No, normal.
You can't science geometry. People have been measuring shit since forever. And so when they say people have already done it, well, yeah, they have. They've used measurements in Euclidean geometry. That's where they got maps from.
They don't even want to give us their arguments anymore. They just want to, this is obvious. It's known.
Mm-hmm. They don't have any arguments. They never have had.
Yeah, they can't explain it, and you do hold them down. And if they try to explain it, they end up saying something like that you just go, what? It's like this whole, they've done it with everything. They're changing what words mean and how we use them. And that just makes conversation almost impossible. If you don't have a language where everyone knows what the words you're using mean, how do you communicate? If I say to you, oh, that tree over there is beautiful, but you know the word tree as being a car, not talking about the same thing, are we?
Yeah. Well, that's been their argument all along. Now it's just becoming more and more obvious, right? You go, that's a nice tree over there, and they go, what do you mean tree? And you go, like, I'm pointing at it. What do you mean point? Wait, let me have a look. What are you talking about? I'm not looking at you. What do you mean pointing? That is their argument, and they've got no argument at all. They can't even come and talk. So it's not even the argument, it's the discussion.
They can't even come and have a chat with us like this. Like, I've got no problem talking to any of them, but, if they talk like this, just don't be so emotional about it.
They've got a lot to defend. I mean, that's what they think, right? They think
leave it too long, they're just going to have more. Like, it's going to be worse for them because they've already defended this shit for 6 years now, tooth and nail. The longer it goes on, the worse they look. But they're common sense, are they?
Well, the group of people, no doubt, that you're talking about are the hardcore fanatics. Well, you should never go into model railway club and start telling them that their model's not right.
Yeah, that flying a model plane is better or something like that.
Well, no, you're saying, you go, but in reality, this, and they go, no, model club, on the model, and you go, well, that's why I don't go over there, really, because it feels like you're doing that. You're going after them and telling them about their model, how their model doesn't actually work.
Yeah, because they can be right within their model, so they feel safe. Rumpus can come in here and argue, yes, on my model, this happens.
Yeah.
Like, well, of course it does, Rumpus. That's your model. That's in your head. That's not what we want to talk about, though. But they keep, like you said, they keep going back to their model. Model affliction.
Nobody says there's an elevate. Blue, you've drawn a vertical plane. There is a distance. You've even mentioned it on the picture. I'll get it up again. In case
and Blue, you slimy little coward, unban me. I never said anything to anybody. I was taking your messages and showing them to other people. If you don't, if you don't,
you're not allowed
don't
to see
about
pictures.
People, you don't want, people sharing the messages. Like, holy shit, grow up, man. Be accountable for what you say and do. Are you a man or what? Like, wow, no respect, dude. Honestly.
Here we go. What's this one? Oh, wrong one. Oh. That's a nice Blue's Clues. Here we go. This blue, this one here, this green one. Can we get a confirmation, Blue? Is that a vertical plane? Blue. Because that's what I would... Can I relabel that a vertical plane and then I can use this as a demonstration of a vertical plane? So, Blue, that one, the green bit on that drawing, forget about all of the other mistakes you've made on it. Not saying that the vertical plane's a mistake, but can I call that green bit a vertical plane, Blue?
Bev, he's got the word elevation above.
Yeah.
Like, did he really just say in the chat that nobody said there was an elevation change?
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue, you did. You wrote it right fucking there.
But he's already admitted it's. I mean, there's no such thing as an internal vertical tangent plane. So he's obviously made a mistake in labeling this drawing 3 times tangent plane. He's wrote
that inside line
Mm-hmm.
that goes vertically. Yeah, it chords the other one, isn't it? That goes inside horizontally.
Yeah. Yeah, tangent planes aren't inside, are they?
No, they're on the outside.
Yeah. See, even Paige knows that, Blue. That must be really bad. Can you imagine how embarrassed Blue must be? He's wrote tangent plane on, and he's wrote, obviously, it's on internal. I mean, everyone knows tangent planes aren't even internal to the circle, but...
He did walk it back, though, so...
Yeah. Yeah, we just don't... I want him to let us know that that's a vertical plane. And I'll be fine with that. Figure out yourself. If you want to steal the slide, go ahead. Maybe you... Steal?
Steal? He's got a real problem with... Like, don't put things on the internet if it bothers you that much, dude.
Do you know what he did, Paige? I mean, we did a video going over the bridge, and he then used that entire video and added some slides to it. This is one of them. Just one. I just took a screenshot of it.
Oh, because now you're not allowed to use that.
Now I'm stealing his content. Yeah, right, Blue.
Come on, Blue. You're getting soft, brother. You're getting soft.
Person like, some 13-year-old girl. Like, holy shit.
Come on, Blue. Get some beef jerky. Have a shot of whiskey. Man up, man. You're getting soft. Get some Tennessee whiskey. Have some beef jerky and claim your manhood again, bro. Seriously.
Well, what words could we put on there, Blue? Because, I mean, we know you've messed up badly. Is it a vertical plane? Just give us a thumbs up and say what you actually meant was either a chord, but the plane bit is the bit that I'm getting at. It's got to be a vertical plane. There's no such thing as a chord plane. Vertical. Plane, Blue. Or was plane a complete mix-up? Like that shaded area, segment, section? I don't know.
Oh, just come in, Blue. We won't give you a hard time. No one else will talk. You can
No,
just talk
Blue.
to
No. Blue won't come in. He deems coming in here as helping us out with content, and he doesn't want to do that at all. He's struggling to type in the chat. It must be killing him to have to type in there. Because, I mean, I don't know how much more we get. I mean, I think we get 50p every time Blue comments.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I think we're on commission.
I never thought I'd see the day where Blue would be like this.
Meant.
Honestly,
Did you mean plane?
Like, not this bad.
Yeah. Like Bob doesn't surprise me, but Blue, I kind of thought he was more manly, you know. But I guess I was wrong.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you said chord, but I mean, like, chord? Elevation above the chord. And since the chord is the shortest distance between those 2 points, and we all know the shortest distance between 2 points in reality would be on a horizontal plane. So we could say those 2 points either side are the horizontal plane, and you've got elevation above. That's a 28.5 meter hump, Blue. Every time it comes back to the hump. You keep saying it's not there, but you've drawn a picture with a hump in it. And then labelled elevation above. So it's got to be a rise of 28.5 metres in your drawing. Now, we all know it's not there in reality. I'm just wondering what makes an engineer draw an elevation profile with a big fucking hump in it. It's the only elevation profile that I've ever seen that puts a curve in water, Blue. You're unique. Well, you and Jesse Kozlowski, but you did it to explain the GPS data on a vertical plane. Which I have to make the significance of the vertical plane in this drawing, which makes the perpendicular to it from shore to shore on the lake a horizontal, which means that hump isn't there, Blue. I mean, why did you draw a big massive hump in the middle of the lake? 90 feet. And
That's
then draw
a big
the bridge.
boo-boo.
Yeah, draw the bridge like it's going over it. Is that a hump in the middle of that? That's a lake. Supposedly from one yellow bit to the other yellow bit.
That's an 8-story hotel
That's
in
an
the middle of the
elevation
lake.
profile. Is that middle bit higher than those other 2 bits, the yellow bits?
Drawn out like that, it is.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
that's not how water works.
Oh no, I know. Thank you.
In your imagination, drawn down on a particular...
Blue, yeah. What would you say if an engineer drew that?
I'd say they were not looking at the same thing everybody else was.
Jesse Kozlowski drove over that with a thing on the top of his car. Over that lake, on that bridge.
Oh, there's a bridge there.
Yeah, that's the red bit.
All right.
And that's the water.
That doesn't. I bet
28.5 meter
I
hump
bet
of
he
water.
doesn't
That.
see that. If he saw that, you would see that with a camera. If you took a picture of that from a distance, if that was the case,
A hump.
you would see the actual
You'd
bridge.
see it rising up from you.
But you don't see that.
Mm-hmm. My missus isn't impressed, Blue.
I'm not impressed with that.
Blue says it's called Earth curvature, even though it's water. Weird. They're weird, these guys. Yeah, she's gone to bed. It's come back again. He does. He's put it in the chat there. It's called Earth curvature. The water humping.
Water curvature, then.
What curve? There is no curve.
Water finds its own level.
Yeah.
It's a hump. Come on.
She's come back. She's going to bed. She won't come back again. Oh, Jesus. She had to come back.
The missus won't sleep tonight.
Yeah.
You see what you've done, Blue?
You've got troubles there, Blue. If my missus isn't siding with, telling you. And the elevation above the chord does change. He's got it.
Wow.
Wow, that's good. Well done, Blue.
Elevation change.
Yeah.
Elevation change. Blue. Elevation change. Like, holy shit.
Above the chord, though, right? The chord, Blue. The chords are horizontal, isn't it? It's a straight line. It's fantastic, I know.
He loves that geoid.
Those, what you get is the vertical plane, the vertical datum is how we measure elevation changes. And we measure the distance between parallel horizontal planes on that vertical datum. And that, in your drawing, Blue, you've got 28.5 meters distance between the chord and that top bit where he went over the bridge. Blue. Oh, look at that. Having a go at the missus. Knowing that level is horizontal and water doesn't hump is definitely in the in this house anyway. I mean, if you don't live in reality, you've got a problem. I mean, she's been to the canal and seen that on all the time, right? We go down there quite a bit.
There's a place that I drive through quite often to get to town that goes up to the top of a hill, and you can look out over the whole of Bairnsdale, and you've got about more than 180 degrees side to side, and it goes all the way out to the water on the left, and it's just straight across the whole way.
No hump or drop?
No hump. Somebody must have summoned it somewhere else at that second.
Yeah. I have a similar lake here, and there's like 11-mile span of water. Some of the most level thing I've ever seen.
So
I tried to look for a hump. Nothing, Paige.
Yeah, nothing. How far is 11 mile in kilometres? What is it, 3 kilometres per mile or something?
Not quite. It's about 25 kilometers, something like that. Yeah, 26.
Because I reckon there's places that I've seen that you could probably see 50, 60 kilometres side to side. You know, easy water, just flat.
Yep. Not a swell. There's there's little, because it's a lake, like, so it's, you see a little bit, but overall there's no hump and there's no drop. There's just motion of water.
Yeah. See, they say they want to be able to measure that horizontal, have a elevation change showing the curve, but then say that when you're on that curve, there isn't any change, that it's the same elevation above, the whole way along, even though they've just measured from a horizontal plane and wrote, this is the elevation change as I draw this curved line above this horizontal line. Because in their head, they know if you draw a curved line over the top of a horizontal line, you are changing your elevation as you go up that curve and down the other side.
Yep.
So in their head, they do understand what's going on, but somewhere after that comes a break in their logic or whatever. I don't know where it happens because it doesn't happen to me, so I don't know exactly what they're thinking, but I don't get it.
Yeah, it's 17 kilometers, by the way.
There you go. Is
yeah.
that the we've got the I've got in the chat, I've put some elevation profiles. Just make sure, Blue, is that what you were drawing? an elevation profile, like on the vertical, like a vertical slice with the, like we had the chord being horizontal, like we'd have in all of these bits here. They've got the fox locks, and that's, I think that's near you somewhere, isn't it, Essie?
Uh-huh.
And that's where the one that Zanuck said the mouth was 8 meters higher than the source. Well,
Yeah.
the mouth's on the right, and obviously you can see that's 8 meters higher than the source lakes.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously. But all of those bits of water, you can see the individual humps in the middle of those waters there, like Blue drew. And then this one here is the Panama Canal. And you can see in the center of here, the lake here, there's always a hump in the middle, just like Blue draws, every time. Every time you ever see an elevation profile of any water anywhere, I'll get some more. They always have the hump like Blue has. And they always reference the height of the hump of the water in them.
Of course, equipotential. Yeah.
I've got one here. Here's the elevation of the water of the...
Oh, look at that hump.
Yeah, look
wow.
at that. That's the United Kingdom, and this is France. So this would be the Channel Tunnel going underneath the water. Yep. Actually, right, this bit at the bottom, dead straight, that. Where the Channel Tunnel, when they did the thing, dead straight. Actually, yeah, some flat earther did this and flattened the water out. There's actually a hump there, right? Yeah. Like, otherwise, I mean, Blue's the only one that ever draws any of these properly. Everybody else always does the flat earth versions, obviously, of the water being level. Here's another one of somebody else has done this. This looks like it was done by the French people on the French side.
The French took the hump out again. Oh, man.
Yeah. But can you see that there? I don't know whether you can actually in that picture. Most of the people can't see. Can you see at the bottom right-hand side?
It's going down.
Can you see what that says, though, there?
I can't on the phone,
it says, Galerie des Ancients. Diameter 2 meters. On the right hand side in the blue rock, as they were digging it, they've got a gallery of the ancients. I don't know what that is. Just it's marked there on the map. Yeah.
Yeah, gallery of down in the right hand corner.
Yeah.
Galerie, RIE, des Ancients without a T.
Yeah. It's French. Essie would know that, I think.
Ooh,
yeah, I just saw it. I zoomed it. Galerie des Anciens. Yeah. You're right.
Yep.
What do you reckon that could be? What's that doing in there?
They got a gallery down there of the ancients?
Yeah, in the, like underneath where the Channel Tunnel goes on the way in. Through.
Maybe it's one of their secret little places where they go and do their ritual.
Ancient gallery.
Yeah. How old must that have been? Right? Could it have been there beforehand? Who knows? But, again, big, massive hump in the middle. I mean, it must be way bigger than the 28.5 meter hump that Blue had.
Woo, yeah. We're talking Eiffel Tower, way higher than that, like.
Humps, always elevation profiles. They always, I mean, I've got one here. Is how does the Panama Canal work with the locks? You can see always, every time they do an elevation profile, even how locks work and all of that, obviously, there would be, obviously the boats are there, so they can't the boats might be squashing it down a bit, but if the boats weren't there in those locks, each one of those bits of water would have their own individual hump, like Blue Drew.
They would have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elevation profile.
Wouldn't they just be plain parallels?
Nah.
No,
Come
there's a
on,
hump.
Paige.
No,
It's a
they
hump.
just draw it like that for ease. For the draftsman.
Boring.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to have the slide rule. Imagine putting all the different radiuses of the humps and working out the tangent points of each of the curve in between them.
I wonder if they would actually try to do the curve like from the start all the way through, or whether they would do it one hump per lock.
That's a good question. Each lock would have to have their hump.
Yeah, or would they think to themselves, "Oh, hang on, I've got to make all the water be curving, sort of the same, so I
A
can't
continuing curve. Yeah.
Individually.
So would they try and make it go through all of them? I have to think crazy if I think like them.
Yeah. I could see what you're saying. Yeah, I could see it. I could just envision it. A line going through all the locks like a curve. Yeah.
Yeah, like this one here. This is the lock system that we're on here. See that straight bit there from Liverpool past Burscough to Wigan. That bit there, that's the hump that we're on. The bit of the individual bit of the canal, but it goes all the way from Liverpool on one side of the UK and leads to the River Aire. It's just show it the canal system goes.
Is the hump.
So
right, it does level lines making a hump.
Yeah, well, that's the Pennines, So that is actually a big mountain ridge across the middle of the UK that this canal system has to get up to, right? It has to go all the way up over the Pennines and goes back down again to Leeds. So they are actual elevation changes at each of the lakes, each of the levels of the locks, where those step ups make. But what they've obviously missed out is the individual humps of each of the bits of water on those straight sections that we just imagine are horizontal, but Blue would put a hump in there, right, Blue? I'm pretty sure. Are you still listening, Blue?
Yeah, tell us there's a hump there.
Yeah, individual humps though, or would it be like a general hump? I'm not too sure.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Hump. Don't want to go around generally humping things.
Well, I think what you have to do is you have to imagine that each bit of water is at the center of each bit of water is at the top of the globe model.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You start every time you restart because they make it's a new vertical every time you move. It's a new vertical, got nothing to do with the one before. So, there you go.
But the point is that each individual hump for the water is just from one end to the other, right? So those individual humps would have to have their own egocentric coordinate system. And then you would obviously have to work out the radius for that hump at that point, and then do your equipotential angle of adjustments, right, equally to either side of it. And then you could probably work out where the radius is to draw the curve of the hump individually. I mean, it's very geometric. And you'd have to really understand the model, I think. Which Blue obviously does, because that's one of the finest humps I've ever seen.
One of the finest humps.
Well, like every other elevation profile I've always seen has the water being level, as in a straight line. But I know that might be for ease, right? All of the other people might have just not bothered to take the time and do it properly like Blue did. You know, labeling it wrongly. I mean, but who knows? Blue's obviously the one of the top guys. That must be right, Blue, right?
Maybe he's the government agent that David Wilbeer-Cock was talking about.
Yeah. Well, actually, you see, it might just be us. Because when we went out with DP and we sent them out there, I think we got all of them, but all of the elevation profiles, like we're saying here, all of those individual bits of water, they're parallel. They're parallel. And that's the way I think we got all of them, DP. Obviously, for the straight, you can't hold people like Blueback. They're going to be doing that contraband Humpty stuff with. But since we made horizontals parallel, all of the elevation profiles will show all of the water levels to be parallel on the draftsman boards as well. We tried to make it. We tried to get everyone, all of the draftsmen, whenever they were doing that. Perspective geometry, that's Euclidean, so we made sure that all of the parallels, horizontals, were always parallel in all of those. So,
how far is England from? Oh, I thought you were done, Blue.
Go on.
I mean, Bev.
Go on. How far is England from France?
Yeah.
It's on. This one here, it's got. It's on here somewhere, but I can't really.
Is that over the English Channel? That thing the ladies. Is that where France is?
It's not. Yeah, it's not that far because you can actually see them. Apparently, you can see the. You can see the White Cliffs
of Dover.
Yeah, from France, from the beach of France.
Nice.
And there's supposedly you can see. There's a footage I've got of some guys talking about the clock tower. I think in Calais, you can read that with the new tech camera that they've got from the White Cliffs of Dover. You can actually read the time on the clock in Calais.
It's that close, is it? Wow. So that span of water, would you say, is larger than the Lake Pontchartrain expanse? Larger than 23.7 miles?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just... well, that stretch of canal is 27 miles, the first stretch. And the Panama Canal must be quite long as well, in between the Panama. But Blue's just put in here. Now, why would anyone bother drawing such a small amount of curvature? That's guys why I'm asking are unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, Blue, obviously, why would anyone bother? Like you did, Blue, obviously. You're the only one that's ever bothered to do it. It's amazing. Here's this one, the Panama Canal. That's got to be over there. Gatun Lake. Again, Blue, why would anyone bother doing it? Just you. Only Blue would be the only person to bother that would ever bother putting curvature in water on an elevation profile. Only you, Blue. So I don't know whether we can do some special. I think you deserve a bit of a... Look at this one. So like that. He's got It's in your little blue. Your little blue buddy. But that, yeah. Elevation above. Everyone else puts... I think we might do that as well. Can we... curved elevation water drawings with the horizontals being parallel. Would everyone be all right with that? To say that if we say level is horizontal and all horizontals are parallel, then it necessarily would be okay to expect all of the elevation profiles to have parallel water lines in. Like if there ever any locks of water and you would get an elevation profile, if we can look for any curved ones of those other than Jesse Kozlowski and Blue, right? We need to take those out of the game because we've already found those.
Just thinking about it, just saying it is so ridiculous. It's beyond belief.
What do you mean ridiculous? You can't be saying that.
Well, not to imagine there's a hump in every one, I mean. Did you misunderstand me?
Individual humps. Yeah.
Yeah, or like Paige said, one continuous hump.
Yeah, well, that, you mean you struggle with that one, don't you? I mean, like, you've been there with us. We've done the double drop hump and the skateboard paradox and the twin boat paradox. And, like, once you start putting that one big hump together, then you've got a drop. And that has got to be one of the most ridiculous things ever, is the drop. I'm not surprised
humanity.
Blue brought the hump back, because the drop, the nutsack drop, is to go full, like Rumpus. Rumpus is going for the nutsack drop.
Yeah, he's going for the drop. Yeah.
Yep. Which I don't know whether did you advise or get advised by RBD Face? Because RBD Face has definitely gone for the drop with Rumpus, the full drop. Boom, the big one. The big nutsack, as we call it. Whereas Blue has completely gone against that.
Blue likes the hump.
Yeah. It's, I mean, like, even Sean G said no hump. And
There's a lot of conflict.
Yeah, I thought we were sitting pretty then once we got rid of the hump. Because everyone knows that there's no such thing as a drop.
Blue doesn't like George's nutsack.
Yeah. He doesn't like him sharing it with Rumpus, I think.
Yeah, when George shared his nutsack with Rumpus, Blue got upset.
Yeah.
I think he wanted George's nutsack all to himself. And they might have split ways, who knows?
Yeah.
Competition.
Yeah, he said he got a bit jealous. He can't, like, you guys, because, I mean, have you heard that George is coming over to the UK? It may be because of this. Blue might have upset George that much with the hump that George is having to come and help Rumpus now. Could have caused a big split. We never know.
You think Rumpus is paying for the tickets?
Blue's hump might have upset. There might be a hump nutsack off here. We never know. But hey, one way or the other, there's going to be one of them. There's got to be one, right? Hedge your bets. Blue's going with the hump. George and Rumpus, the full nutsack. Now, Blue, obviously, because he's only going for the hump, he's only going for a quarter. Right? Because
a quarter?
Yeah, it's a quadratic, isn't it? Half distance,
right.
quarter. Yeah. So that's why I call it the big nutsack. right? Because blue is only going for the hump, and that's a quarter of what Rumpus and George are going for. They're going for the big fucking nutsack drop. They're laying out the horizontal, boom, drop of the stuff in the distance. But obviously, like Paige, don't worry, that drop may be a measured drop from the horizontal, but as we know, globe rules, the water level has no elevation change. So it's a measured drop that can't be a drop. That's why, that's how they know it's Earth curve. It has to be. Can't be anything else.
There's going to be a hump or drop showdown in the UK.
Yeah. The big hump or drop. Which one will you go for? Blue's hump or the nutsack? One or the other. It's going to be a good year. It's going to be a good year. Any time you're going to put your thing out, Blue, I think Rakir asked for you to relabel your drawing. Or either, I'll take it if you do not want to put a video out with the relabeling, that you are giving us free reign to just relabel it for you, what we assume you meant. And since you got it so badly wrong, we could assume you meant absolutely anything, I would think. I'm going to... we could put Brenda in the shoe or going over it. You reckon? Skateboard. Essie. Skateboard shoe.
Skateboard.
Skateboard shoe on the top of it going down. Whee! You'll be all right with that, Blue? Would you be okay with Brenda on a shoe over your bridge? Over your hump? You humpified the Rakir's bridge to show everyone how ridiculous it would have to be if there were... that's what it was. Rakir, you all right with that? That sounds better, doesn't it? Blues helped us out by showing us how fucking ridiculous it would have to be if the globe model were real. There would have to be a massive hump in the middle of that bridge. The water.
Well, there's no question about it, according to Soundly. It's been measured.
Jesse drove over it. I mean, he definitely drove over it.
Yep. Blue can't go against that. No way. There's pictures and everything.
Yeah, Soundly's took 3 years of picture taking, I heard. I mean, he must have done. I mean, he got that really fancy picture where he stacked like 500 or 600 images. It may not have been that many. May have just been 300. And put them all
They've
together.
been showing me that bridge and telling me, what do you mean the water doesn't curve? Look. Look. There it is. Soundly took a picture of it. What are you talking about?
Blue says, do what you like, Bev. I'm going to totally love making complete fools out of all of you. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean for Blue to... yeah. Blue's going to... Blue's going to enjoy making fun out of you. I'm sorry. Don't make fun out of us, Blue. You know, some people here might get really upset at it. You know, nobody likes getting fun made out of them. That's just
That's all he's got left.
Oh, look at him. Yeah, Blue. Ah, that's just awful, Blue. Oh, how can you do such a thing as make fun out of people? They're always doing that, aren't they? Game on, Blue. Go on, have a laugh. See if you can do a comedy sketch. Bring Gertrude, is it? Who's it back? Who's his, like, Eeyore, the donkey? I mean, that'd be fucking hilarious, that, again.
Gladys, you're talking about
Gladys, that's it. Yeah, go on. Mock somebody with Gladys. That'd be brilliant. Oh, it's all right then. Don't bother, Blue. We'll do it for you. I'll carry on. I'll carry on making fools out of myself for you, Blue. Don't worry about it. Do you think we could get you in on the finding the unparalleled horizontals, Blue? Or do you want to see if you can get any of your mates to do a few of these bendy elevation profiles for us? Game on. Game on. Do you want us to send some... I know I can't come over, but I'll put the link on your thing. If anybody affected by any... globe earth, if you're beginning to wonder about your feelings about the globe earth, please click this link to come over to get reinforced over there at Adult Globe Earth Central. Blue, do you want us to do that?
Oh, you reckon he'd unban me if I told him I'm sitting on the fence?
I don't think so.
Oh, come on, Blue, unban me.
He agrees, game on. So
yeah.
Let me get this straight now, Blue. By you saying game on, you mean that you won't let us on your server to talk. You won't come here and talk with us. You're just going to make videos. Is that what you mean by game on?
Yeah, he means he's going to unleash George and the doxing and, all of the... You know what they mean. The full globe thing. He's going to bring the council onto it. All resources are going to be on. Blue's going to bring out Gladys. You all right? Wow.
Everything okay, Bev?
Yeah. No problem.
So, Blue, are you ever going to come in here and talk with us, or this is how it's going to be from now on? Just make videos.
Because he can't think off the top of his head, SE. He needs to be able to sit down, go through the video, pick out the little bits, make his reply, check it over with whoever, and he doesn't want anyone to be able to actually question him on the spot and say, but hang on a second, what about this or what about this? Because then he might, like they always do, say something dumb that we end up getting content. That's why he doesn't want to give us content, because he knows they give us content.
I tend to agree with you on that one, yeah? Good call, Paige.
I wouldn't know about giving us content. I mean, if we do anything with Blue, it's not as if the numbers flood in or anything. It's like there's a big flock of people that come in to watch a Blue video.
Yeah, he's world famous and all.
Jose's in the chat as well. Look at this. Get going.
It is a bit fun to sit and listen to supposedly our, intelligent people, our smart level, and just sit here and watch them, implode live under questioning. That's, that draws a lot of people in. It's kind of fun.
Wow, Blue's got turned into a debate. I didn't think Blue was into debates. Don't be pushed into debating, Blue. I mean, I don't think you're prepared for it. I mean, I've never seen Blue doing any debates. And everybody knows there's no such thing as a debate. That's got to be a rash sort of reaction, that, Blue. We could, anyone want to activate Sean Hawkins? I mean, is he ready? Has he finished his thing? I mean, I wouldn't be too bothered. I'd talk about the elevation hump drawing that you did, that you mislabeled, if you want to. Oh, well, Sean Hawkins, is that debate neutral enough? Anyone else? Blue says he wants to debate all of us, so...
What does he want to debate?
Don't know, that's what I'm saying. We could bring Sean Hawkins into it, and if anybody wants to have a debate with Blue about something, it may be a bit rash. He may not have actually meant that.
What? Blue, why don't you just come in for a rational conversation? How about that?
And Jose,
we can talk about the hump and the drop, the bridge, rationally.
Jose, if you're, what we're doing is we just start off very simple here, Jose. What we're after, you can help us. We're after trying to find a horizontal that is not parallel with either another horizontal or the plane of the horizon. It's a simple start. Starting off real easy, and everyone can join in. Just find a tool that establishes a horizontal, and then go and see whether you can find another horizontal that's not parallel to it. And then we'll start next week after that. Yeah, see you later, Jose. That's been good. Don't forget, look for the parallel horizontals if you can. No tangents allowed on the horizontals. Could you have a tangent that's parallel to a horizontal? Would a tangent parallel to the horizontal? I'm just asking for Starkadder and Science It Out, if they're listening in. Would a tangent to a horizontal plane be parallel to that horizontal plane? I'm guessing it probably would be. Wally's messing up as well with his triangles. He can't decide whether a triangle's there or not. Sometimes it's a triangle enclosing a space, and then sometimes it's just three parallel lines. Gets tricky. So, yeah, if you want, Blue, I mean, really. Yeah, only small channel, Blue, yeah. You're still here, though. And what do you think we could debate on, Blue? What would you want to? Would you debate on your humped elevation drawing that you did? You said was GPS data from Jesse Kozlowski driving over the bridge. On Sean Hawkins. Debate night.
I'd love to see that. Is it a hump? Is it really a hump?
I'd debate Euclidean geometry. You can't really debate Euclidean geometry, but I would debate all horizontals being parallel and the proof of it. Geometric proof, obviously. And working to practical. Local surveying. Level being horizontal. Blue. I could take you through the 12 steps. I could give you the proof that level is horizontal. You could finally do that bit. That'll do it. I'll get that. Blues proof. 1 minute. There you go. Got this. You listen to this one, Blue. I was going to make this into a video. So I'm just going to play the video. I've just clicked in the live chats. 1 minute. I do not have a model other than saying level is horizontal.
I do, and my model says level is not horizontal.
Brilliant. I say I can prove that level is horizontal.
And I say I can prove it is not.
Brilliant. It's sloping away. The water.
Yeah.
No, the water level doesn't slope away.
Yeah.
Blue.
Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
It's level. That's what level is.
But it does.
No slope.
That's right. That's exactly right.
We know
it
how
is
water
level. We
flows.
agree with that. It is level.
Yeah, water
it's
flows.
All the same,
doesn't it?
Potential.
Down.
It's all at the same potential.
Water wouldn't slope
away.
away.
You can prove it.
All the elevations, all the elevations will be the same, but they're dropping away from that horizontal that is perpendicular to the surface normal at the point you put your auto level. That's just the way it is.
There you go, Blue. So I say level is horizontal and I can prove it, and you say level isn't horizontal and you can prove that. Nice. You say the water is sloping away. I say level is horizontal. No slope. You draw elevation profiles with a hump in the middle. That doesn't look like a slope. So I'd love to see how you're going to prove that. Would you like to debate that, Blue? On Sean Hawkins? You're laughing. It's boring. Do you want me to play that again? I'm going to get that as a clip, I think. That was over on Jose's a bit ago, Blue. You never managed to follow up on that with the proof. So, the offer's open. Blue said he wants to have a debate with all of us. So that's open to anybody. I'll take it. Was that just anybody in here now, or you were just putting yourself out for open for debate? I really hope Sean Hawkins is ready for this.
All he'd take us all on a neutral channel. So we should
Yeah.
all be allowed to go. We should all be allowed to sit with you in a voice chat, not like when they try and get you in there on your own and mute everyone else. You know, that kind of bullshit isn't on.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's up to Blue. I mean, whether he wants to take us all on individually, like, he might be after a bit of content and lining a full series of debates up. You never know. Blue might have turned into... He might have been practicing in the background, right? He might have had a bit of... maybe he wants to be trying it. Maybe he might be coming at this as a noob. I wouldn't want to take advantage. You want to try somebody a bit easier, Blue, to start off with? Or, I mean, I don't know how you want to do it. I know Rob Keane wanted a debate. He might want to start off with Rob. He's never really done many debates either. That'd be good. I'd like to see Rob Keane have a go. Oh, he's gone. Yeah. I wasn't picking on... Nobody thought I was picking on Blue then? Was he? I mean, I don't think so.
Blue loves it. Yeah. He's here all the time. Come on.
Got to get that content. He's a YouTuber, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just afraid to come on live because he knows he's going to get caught up in one of his not lies, but misconceptions of reality, shall we say?
I might have to be turning into a YouTuber soon, so I'll be up for hire. I might have to do all of this, like Blue does. Trolling in chats. Like Fight the Flat Earth. Go trolling all over the place. To get content. Brilliant. Right, Blue. So are we going to do our proof for proof on I'll go level is horizontal and you do level isn't horizontal? That okay? We'll do it at Sean Hawkins. Is that neutral enough? May as well give him something to do. And you want to do this individually, Blue, do you? Nice. Can we get Sean? Is that all right, Blue? You don't have anything against Sean Hawkins, do you? Because we stand with Sean. We have done for quite a while. We got a contract sorted. When we saw him crying, because you guys had all shifted him out, we all said we all had a meeting, and we said we can't let that sort of stuff happen to Sean Hawkins ever again. We can't ever see Sean crying on camera. It was awful. I don't know how you guys could have made him nearly leave the business. See, you don't like... What's up with Sean, Blue? And I thought you said neutral.
He's already backing out. McToons.
Yeah, I thought you said neutral, Blue. McToons does IP tracking. I mean, I wouldn't really do that. And actually, he slandered me, libel, when he said I was a doxer. So I don't think he'll have anything to do with it, Blue. What's up with Sean? I think Sean should do it. I think you guys should give Sean Hawkins. Are you saying Sean Hawkins can't command an audience? He's old school. He's been one of the oldest. Everyone knows who Sean is. He said neutral as well, Blue. There's no one more neutral than Sean in this. There's no way McToon's neutral. He's got a long time beef. And Blue, he says it's just an entertainment channel. We don't do entertainment. We just do education. That's not what neutral means, Blue. Neutral just means not here and not his channel. Well, we've got nips. If that's the way it works. What about that? Nips. Definitely. You just bring your audience, Blue. That's what it's about, isn't it? Isn't it about the debate? The talk? You've got to get your proof out. I'll get my proof ready. Level is the big debate. Blue versus Bev. 2022. Curved elevations versus horizontal stretches of water. I'm looking forward to it already. Oh, right. Come on, Blue. Let's do this. Can anybody else work out? We've got nips. We've got don't know, neutral. I don't know.
We're already giving him, something by saying Sean can hope. He can't use saying, it has to be a neutral platform to get out of coming in here. Like that was his excuse to not have to come in here. Oh, no. I need it to be on a neutral channel. As soon as we agree to that, then he picks somebody who's definitely on his side. So that's not neutral, Blue. Like,
what do you mean on the globe side? Let's face it, right? I'm just talking about reality. Level is horizontal. So there's nowhere neutral, is there? I don't know what Blue's talking about. Everywhere's neutral.
But there's a big difference between McToon and Sean Hawkins, in my opinion. Why does he need to run to somebody like him? Does he need McToon there to hold his hand or something?
No, McToon gets the ridicule money. You know what it's like. He said that last time. Money for insults.
Yeah.
And then, because Blue knows that, right? McToon wouldn't demonetize for the debate. Right? He wouldn't stop doing super chats. And then anytime Blue was getting stuck, somebody had just sent some money in that said, Bev's a dickhead, Bev doesn't know what he's talking about, Bev's a liar, blah, blah, blah. And that's, McToon would get loads of money for it. It would interrupt the debate completely. And Blue would never get to show his proof that level is not horizontal. Because we would go with all of the horizontals being parallel. Level obviously being horizontal, and obviously the 12 steps. He knows that.
Yeah, so a good form of obfuscation, isn't it, to get somebody to super chat in something so you can start talking about that.
Jose, you're not neutral. Just because you've got a split personality, thinks you're both sides, doesn't make you neutral, does it? Because I remember, Jose, you said you'd never have us over there. I think you called us pieces of shit or something like that. Scum, or maybe something like that. So I can't imagine why you'd ever want us to go over to your channel ever again. I mean, you may have forgot about that.
What's wrong with coming in here? Like, there's, you know, everyone's here. He's in chat. Like, I'm floored at how cowardly these guys have become.
What's the debate? What's the debate about?
It's going to be about level is horizontal. Like, cause have you seen that clip? I posted it in the live chat a bit before.
The one of the bridge.
No, it says Blues Proof MP4. It's a voice thing, about 104 minutes. You should listen to that, and that's what I'm suggesting. The debate should be over. I say level is horizontal, and I say I can prove it. Blue says level isn't horizontal, and he says he can prove that. So I say, what a brilliant debate. I go with my proof that level is horizontal, and Blue goes with his proof that level isn't horizontal. It's like a proof for proof debate on level is, finally, of the decades.
That does not sound like a debate that will ever happen.
Blue wants it. He's like, he's starting with me. That's what he wants, to debate everyone here. Maybe even you asking. Blue's a debating wizard now. He's changed. Since he got rid of his Kazmomadish.
Do you think he feels that pressure because it's like he's been nominated to take on the Bev phenomena?
I don't know.
Because I can't figure out what motivates him. He's went completely George on us.
George over there. Maybe George is pushing him. Maybe George and Rumpus have got Blue on board.
I'm embarrassed for him.
Right, what is it? Who's bloody hell? Let's see what's that. These are documenting madness. It'll be debated whether Bev actually thought the earth was flat or he just enjoyed the attention. What? Oh, I must be missing that. Everyone thinks this server is whacked out. Okay, let's do it. Level is horizontal. I've been saying it for quite a while. I came in here because somebody said I was a child abuser. So, I mean, if what was he called? Fight the Flat Earth. If that dude ever wants to come and debate, we could do Blue first. We'll do level is horizontal with Blue, and then we'll go over to Fight the Flat Earth and say, I'll debate him as whether level is horizontal is child abuse or not, since he started all of this. Because that would be a good one. Is level being horizontal, teaching that, is that child abuse? Bev can barely get 30. There's 38 people watching right now, Blue. So barely 30 is 38 at the minute. But I mean, like I say, I'm not bothered. Not a big, massive Harvard audience. But hopefully, Blue, you might be able to help us out here. We might be able to help you prove the globe. Get your blue Bitcoin, right? Because although I've got level being horizontal and I've got a proof, I've got nothing to gain. The Bitcoin goes to the globe proof guys. You get 3 Bitcoin. Well, that'd be great if you could do that as well at the same time. Jose gets 60 people watching. Everyone impressed? Nice one. I like the way you come into the chat as well, Jose. That's great, isn't it? Are we still banned? Or I'm not too sure. So guys, we've got the level being horizontal. We've got horizontals all being parallel with each other. And we've got horizontal planes being perpendicular to vertical planes. All of these are facts of reality that I will be able to bring to a debate. And anytime you want, Blue. Like, seriously. Does Bev ever leave his server? All of the trolls are out. Yeah, no, I've never left this server, I don't think. Really. I don't think Jose's ever had that.
Yeah, it's funny because the Blues and the Jose's and the Ranties, they don't care about anything because they know that all of their followers are going to believe everything they say. But what they really hate is having to deal with us and how we see them and how they know that we see them.
Uh-huh. Like he's saying now, Jose's saying that if all of them take them all out of here then, Jose. Like, let's go. Get out. Take your boys out. And then we'd only have 20 odd people watching. But I mean, those 20 odd people that are watching, we already know we're only going to be small. Those 20 odd people that are watching all know for a fact that all the horizontals are parallel to each other. They know that level is horizontal, provably. They know. And I know. So, I mean, that's all we're after. We like, how could we possibly become mainstream? I mean, we're not delusional. And like the chat now, look at it. I mean, we're overrun. If we don't make a difference, then it's fine. I mean, if I don't make a difference, I know I don't make a difference. I'm just a normal dude, just opening a mic on Discord. People come round, we have a chat. We have some good chats. We find some good stuff out. We're making some good videos, making some good content. We've got Buster doing some songs. There's literally psychological studies being done on you right now. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, projection is just at an all-time high. It is through the roof.
I'd like to know what the psychological studies. Anybody if you're doing a psychological study, please come into the Discord. Click the link. Come on in. Do some really good stuff. I'd love to have a chat.
I got one of them there psychology degrees.
Yeah. Might be asking. You might be the guy doing the psychological study. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I know I'm doing a psychological study. I've been doing for 2 years. Ever since somebody said to me that I was a child abuser for saying that level is horizontal, I thought, man, this needs to be looked into. I need to work out why these people say this stupid shit. And like every time I've said, wow, this can't get any worse than this. They can't say anything stupider than that. They do. They invent all sorts of shit.
And then won't come in and talk to you about it.
Yeah. Well, they team up in the chat. Like, over the last few days, there's not been many of them in the Discord chat or in the YouTube chat. Now it looks like tonight, I've got a few of them together and they're brave. Blue, big Blue. Must be the leader again. Right, Blue? Grandfather. Do you bring your team out to help you? Or do they all just come out in support just to make sure that you're all right? Because we got the debate going. Blue, I'm going to hold you to it. The debate on level is... Oh, somebody get in touch with Sean Hawkins for us. But I bet he won't. I bet you'll tell Sean not to do it. I hope he's not busy playing DayZ to do it. Any idea when, Blue? Would you want to set up a time? How much prep time do you need to sort out your proof that level isn't horizontal?
Here's what we should...
Go on.
My bad. I said, here's what we should do. We should just sit around and keep laughing and having a good time and just keep watching to see what these idiots do next. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, this is one of the next things, isn't it? The Blue doing the... I mean, like, we did wait for quite a while. Then Blue did the video about Jesse going over the bridge, and then he drew that picture. And then this is the next bit. I mean, that Blue then obviously got triggered and decided he wanted to debate everyone. He's sort of, right then, I'll debate a lot of you. And now's the bit where we get, I think, like, we can do the laughing now. Blue fumbling. Oh, Jose wants to come in.
Go in cartoons so he can be protected.
There you go. Jose needed the role. What? Blue. Are you sure you should be writing rude things like that? I don't know whether the mods like allow that or not. It's up to you, mods. Whether you're gonna like Blue talk about sexual things like that in the chat.
Well, I'm reading the chat. I don't see
it. Oncoming of him.
At his age, we'll let it go.
Yeah.
I'm reading the chat. I don't see anything sexual in the chat.
Yeah, he's talking about holding sexual organs in the thing. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I mean, he's obviously your boss, isn't he? You know, That you can't. You obviously have to say that you can't see that. I mean,
I think he's talking about Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah. There you go.
Hey, Blue pays my bills. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know.
Moving along.
Well, what about why? Like, you don't want to take this shit off Sean Hawkins, do you?
Oh no, I saw somebody told me, hey, baby's looking for a place to
Yeah,
have a
Sean.
debate.
Like Sean, yeah, we stand with Sean.
That's good, but Sean don't get a big audience.
Well, but it's not about the audience; it's about the debate. I mean,
Yeah,
Blue can obviously record it and
right?
put it out on his. He can then hand it to McToon's, and McToon can put it out on his. Everyone can put it out wherever, right?
We want people to watch.
No, we want people to learn.
Like live.
No, we want people to learn, Jose.
Well, we got a different approach. You know, I like when there's a conversation that there's a big audience looking at it when it's happening in real time.
This is proof for proof, this, Jose.
With a big audience, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
30 people, 40 people, not enough. Not even 50 or 60 people, not enough.
Not enough for what?
To have a decent conversation with a big audience when people can cheer for their favorites, you know?
There's only 2 of us, though.
Yeah, and I hope there's 100 people watching at least.
Yeah, well, they can do it, and afterwards. That shouldn't have anything to do with the debate, should it?
Of course, it's all about the audience, because you got your ideas, you got your bias. Blue has his ideas, he got his bias. So we need an audience to be there.
Blue's got his bias.
Events.
No way.
I say you got your bias first. Why you didn't say you got your bias? You just say Blue.
He's got his proof.
What about you? You don't have your bias? You don't have a bias?
I've got my proof. That's what it would be, a debate.
So you don't have a bias, right? Earth is a globe then?
What?
Welcome to the globe. You don't have a bias, then Earth is a globe.
Level is horizontal. That would be the debate, Jose.
We're talking about you got a bias. Your bias is Earth is not a globe, right?
But I've got a bias to level being horizontal, yes, because I've got a...
And Earth not being a globe, that's your bias. Thank you.
Well, level being horizontal.
That means that Earth is not a globe, right?
Yeah, if that's what you say. If that's what you say.
That's your bias, then you got a bias.
Deduction. Yep.
You're the one saying, Jose. So how is it his bias?
It's his bias because he doesn't think the Earth is a globe when that's the reality.
You're telling him what he thinks. He's not saying it.
Yeah, he agreed. He agreed with me just now. You didn't hear him agreeing?
Jose, oh my God.
You didn't hear Bev agreeing with me that, yeah, if level is horizontal, then Earth is not a globe. Yeah, he agreed with me.
It's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do not think Earth is a globe. I, personally, think the globe is a mental construct that you, Jose, have made. Other people have it as well. I call that model affliction.
Okay. Does that have to make any impact to me? Like, do I have to react to that somehow?
No, you just seem to want to, like, tell me that I didn't think it was a globe. Well, I confirm that. I confirm that by saying I think the model, the globe model, is a mental construct that you have within your head, within your mental construct. You've made it. The globe model that you have is yours and yours alone, Jose.
So I'm the smartest person on Earth. I made all of this happen. Damn, I'm powerful. Hell yeah.
How do you make mountains out of molehills with every sentence said?
Hell yeah, I'm powerful. I made all of this, the globe, all the physics, the behaviors of everything on Earth. I'm smart. You see, smarter than everybody here. Boom.
Nice. Well done.
Who the f said that?
Jose just did.
You just say that. Yeah, you just say that I made all of this in my mind. Damn, I'm good.
You did not say that. You said you made it in your mind. Yes, not that you created it in reality.
No, I created it in my mind. Yeah, all of it.
Your mind, yes.
Am I good or what?
Shit.
What, that you've got an imagination? We all do. Yeah,
Yeah.
We can imagine those things, Jose. It's very easy. And the globe.
You got it. You cannot have the microphone down your throat like that. It doesn't. The sound doesn't come in smooth.
You keep breaking up a little bit there, Paige. Maybe got a phone call.
Yeah, I got a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was just thinking that to myself. I said, have anybody realized how smart I am? I created the globe. I created all the physics and all the behaviors of everything on Earth. You guys just agree with me. I mean, you guys just told me what I was afraid of, that I was the smartest person here.
You are
Damn.
the smartest person. Yes, Jose. You are the smartest person on your globe model.
Thank you. My English is not very good looking, so if I mishear something or I misspeak something, don't even give me a leeway. Just hold my feet to the fire. But I'm just saying, true story. English is not my first language, even though it's not an excuse anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
I'm not gonna stay here and listen to that.
So what do you think about of our bot, Jose? Have you got a bot on your Discord? Do you like it?
No, I don't like the bots. I've seen some channels get destroyed for bots. They've got like heist and whatever, and they got all kinds of bots in the YouTube chat. Like 9 out of 10 comments. Here's the bots just posting links and shit. It's too much. This is okay, you know, bot every once in a while I'm here, but I just don't like it. People will abuse it. So
yeah, we have some people, they don't like it, like Hoymar and Wally and all of that. They say we're our bots are I don't know, they don't like what they say. We call them
I'd rather give everybody moderator so they can post their own links and stuff.
Do you like the one that straight lines are not circles and circles are not straight lines? I did that one. What do you think about the horizontal planes being parallel, Jose? I mean, that's got to be...
What was the question again?
You know, horizontal planes. You know what a plane is in geometry?
Yeah, a flying vehicle, a vehicle that flies.
No, a geometry.
Oh, plane is a word.
Like a two-dimensional... Yeah, within geometry. Have you done any Euclidean geometry, any?
No, I can do like rice and beans and chicken, but I haven't done that Euclidean.
Right. So you wouldn't know what a two-dimensional thing is, right? A plane in geometry.
Well, a two-dimensional is like it has no depth.
Yeah, 2D plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, all of the ones that are planes in the horizontal position, all of them, every one of them, they're all parallel to each other.
So Euclidean geometry. What's up with just plain good old geometry? It has to be Euclidean. It has to have an adjective before the word geometry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
Because it's Euclidean geometry.
Do you know? So you're not talking about geometry, just regular geometry in real life. You're talking about specific Euclidean geometry. Okay.
It's regular geometry. Yeah. Same thing, Jose. We just fancy. I thought you liked the technical stuff, but I mean, like, if you just want to call it geometry, then yeah, you know, squares and circles and triangles and planes and spheres and cubes and pyramids, cones. That, like, we call it Euclidean geometry, but if you want to, we can just call it geometry, right?
But that works in a 3D space, in 3D world that we live in, right?
It's not we live in 3D. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, well, all of the horizontal planes, you've heard of horizontal, I take it?
Yeah, like the way I sleep. Yeah. Sideways.
Yeah, horizontal, yeah. All of the planes that are in the horizontal position.
Sometimes I sleep sitting down but that's another shape.
Yeah. Not horizontal, that, is it?
No, most of the time I do horizontal sleeping.
Yeah, well, all of the horizontal planes are parallel to each other. It's shocking, isn't it? We
Yeah,
sorted
unless-
it when
yeah.
when we wrote the T-shirt logic. We sorted it so all of the horizontal were parallel. And then I think we've got a bit of a prize money going for finding a horizontal that isn't parallel to horizontal or the plane of the horizon. Because that would be good. Do you think you could get it? Because Blue's doing the debate. Do you think he might come up with a proof that horizontals aren't parallel when he's coming up with his proof that level is curved? You know, like that one that WS sent to you, that level. You have it stuck on your wall. That cardboard one.
Horizontals can be parallel.
They are parallel, yeah.
And I mean, they are if you make them parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can have horizontals in different points on Earth, and they don't have to be parallel to each other.
Yeah, they would all be parallel.
That's your claim.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. The all horizontals are parallel to one another, and obviously
we're talking
all
about the surface of
the
the Earth, right? The surface of the Earth, you know.
No, we're talking about horizontals.
Nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. So everything stacked over each other. Yes, all horizontals are parallel, unless they are in different latitudes and longitudes on the Earth. They will not be parallel to each other.
Oh, so they are parallel, but you say then they're not parallel. That's not like contradicting yourself? Is that not like you contradicting yourself mid-sentence, like in the same sentence?
No.
Did you put a comma there in between in the sentence, or did you put a full stop when you said all horizontals are parallel, but not when you're at different latitudes? Like was that a different sentence or part of the same sentence?
You left out a segment of the first part, I say.
Yeah, but was it stringing that sentence together, or was it?
It was the same sentence. It was not even a comma, but you left out a few key words in the first statement.
Okay, so you don't say that there was a contradiction, or did you not notice?
Not at all. Yeah, no contradiction whatsoever. No, that was good. I explained it very well, but you left a few words out the way you wanted to hear it.
Okay, well, do you want to go again then, just in case I don't want to misrepresent you.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel if they are stacked over each other in the same point on Earth, unless you are in different latitudes and latitude and longitudes in different parts of Earth, then they will not be parallel to each other.
Yeah, you added a couple words.
Yeah, that's good. But so you're saying that they're not parallel then?
They can be, but they not necessarily are. But they not necessarily have to be.
Okay. So when I say all horizontals are parallel, do you agree with it or disagree with it?
Well, depends what you're talking about. The context. If it's in a piece of paper in the same point,
I'm talking about all horizontals being parallel to all other horizontals.
All over the
quite specifically all horizontals.
Everywhere on Earth, or just where
all
you live?
Horizontals,
in your
yes,
room.
all of them.
I disagree. I disagree with that statement.
Okay, so you'd expect to be able to find a horizontal that is not parallel with another horizontal, then, right?
From different parts of Earth, yes.
From different parts of the Earth. And how would
if you are in the UK, I am in the Florida. If I throw a horizontal here in the surface of the Earth, I just choose a point, throw a horizontal line, I don't know, 100 meters long, and you throw a horizontal in Europe where you live in UK. If you go God's view, bird's eye view outside, and you look at those two horizontals, they are not parallel.
Are you thinking lines or planes?
Whatever you want to build. You want to build a big square plane of 100 by 100, you can build that. And if you got one in UK, I got one in Florida. If you go outside as a third person point of view and you look at the two in your view, they are not going to be parallel.
Would you say that they
That's a
would
fact, 100%.
intersect with each other? Those two planes, if extended indefinitely.
If extended, yeah, they're going to be an X will mark the spot, yeah.
Okay. Well, I would say at the position that you're at, would all of the horizontals that you see be parallel to that plane that you've got there, right? All of the other planes of the horizontals where you
just
are.
in my specific room, in my specific square room right here, where I am.
Okay, and as you were walking towards me, if we were both in different places and we both had horizontals being parallel all around us, everywhere that we could see, and you had as well, yours, right? Because you're not going to be able to see any that aren't parallel, right? You admit that.
What was that question? Sorry.
The horizontals in your location, you would never be able to see a horizontal that wasn't parallel in wherever you are.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah.
Okay, well then I wouldn't either. And then as we were walking, all of the way as we were walking to go and meet each other, all of the time, all the horizontals would always be parallel to each other and the plane of the horizon as we're going, wherever we're going, from one way to meet each other, right? Wherever anybody is, everywhere, locally, their horizontals are always parallel.
So you're claiming that the Earth is flat. Hey, no more questions, Your Honor.
Hey,
thank you for the invite, brother.
Is that what you heard? All right, see ya.
Yeah, I'm out.
Later, Jose.
Yep.
Obviously, why you have to go. Yes, thank you. Okay. So I don't think we got anything sorted there for a debate or anything, Blue. How do you think Jose did? Anyone want to mark Jose for his understanding of horizontal parallels? Anyone convinced that Jose might have saved the horizontals not being parallel?
I like to say, he ran out once it got tough.
Jose has never been about the argument.
I know.
Oh, it's about that money.
Yeah, that's why he was hoping to come in and get that debate. I mean, that would have been a killer debate for Jose, I'm sure. But I'm not after that. I'm after a proper debate where we can get our proofs out. We can go proof for proof, step by step. Blue can do his proof that level is not horizontal. And I will do my proof that level is horizontal.
So, Beth, do you think that Blue sent Jose in because he couldn't come in himself?
Oh, I don't know. Bloody Hell's talking about in the chat that it's some sort of a worldwide conspiracy to. I don't think anybody's actually keeping it quiet that all horizontals are parallel to each other. That's not a conspiracy. It's what people make of it. Horizontals being parallel. Because it's a fact of reality most people are going to have to deal with and live with. You just have to implement it onto your model, however you want to do it. Yeah. So it's midnight. Anybody? I don't know whether we got off track then with the Euclid night or not, but hopefully the planes and the horizontals being parallel and the proofs within them with the Euclidean geometry that prove perpendiculars I mean, it's only a geometric proof. Don't worry about it. Just get rid of Euclidean geometry. It'd be the easy way out of it, I'd say. Just go, I don't understand that Euclidean geometry stuff. I mean, horizontals are parallel, but I mean, not over there. So we just get around it that way. Looking forward to what Blue's going to say. And obviously, Friday. Yes, bloody hell, definitely. The shape of the Earth is not spherical. Absolutely, bloody hell. Absolutely. You think it's funny, but it's not. Definitely not spherical. Absolutely not. So mark me down as a not spherical earther. Anyone got any final things? I'll queue up a Buster song and we'll sign out.
I'm glad Master came in and we had our discussion.
Yeah, that was good. It is free for all Fridays tomorrow, so you might feel a bit better and safer coming in tomorrow. As everyone can see, Jose came in, had a pleasant little chat. There's no problems for anybody. Come in whenever you want.
Can I get a request?
Go on.
You don't understand, but Buster.
I haven't got that queued up.
Ah!
I've not got it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, next time. Next time.
Yeah, I think we've got straight lines, I think. Right?
Cool.
I'll go on, sign off. See you guys tomorrow. We'll be free for all Friday. I'll try and get this other thing set up as well. Okay. See you later.
Looking out upon the shore, I found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines, and show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. And you can't bend cock deceased. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all